7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Dustin Eccles leads him down into turn number 1. In lane number 4, we got a quadruple decker at the apex of the turn.
Go, 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 go. You're all even, you're all even. You're all even, hold them in tight. You have a half a boat lane. They're right up against you. Hold your lane. Everybody is right up against you. Everybody's equal.
As they head up underneath the bridge, and now J. Michael Kelly sticks his nose out just a little bit further. All 4 boats at the top end.
Kelly, your leader. Runne not giving up on the inside. 1 complete, 4 to go. Kelly in front by a boat length. The we got a blow
and he's
over.
blowing over.
Dustin Eccles is blown over, and oh my. The final heat has been red flagged due to a spectacular blowover by Dustin Eccles.
Going into the final, we just wanted to make it through Madison. I mean, it's no secret. Madison's been a tough one for us. And so we went in there with the game plan of just trying to survive that race. And we qualified number 2. The boat was fast. We knew it was fast. I tried to put it in a good position. I didn't really want the inside at that race, especially in the final. I just wanted to run clean. We were going to get through the final with no issues. I wasn't going to push it. And we found ourselves coming out of turn 1, 4 wide, and we had a great boat. So we figured, well, we'll try to hang with them here for a while and see what we can do. And the 2 boats got out early. I think we were in 3rd, and again, not trying to do anything crazy, just trying to get through the final. And it felt like the boat hit a hole on the right side, not unlike it's done, a bunch of times before. And as soon as it took off, though, from the hole, it felt different, and it started hanging, and I was on the canard right away, and it didn't really respond. It slowed it down when it was rising, but it didn't stop rising, and I did everything I could, to full stop, and it just kept going and going, and then finally it got to a point where I knew I wasn't going to be able to bring it back down, and it started to go over, and I basically just braced and waited to see how it was going to go in, and I figured it would go in upside down. When I saw the water come back around, I thought, well, maybe I'll go, another half turn, and then I felt the hit, and it was a really, really good hit. It knocked the wind out of me pretty good, but we worked in the off season with making a new seat and getting the cockpit fit for me, and I really think that, that's all the credit goes to having the cockpit set up safe. Kelly and Taylor were adamant that I be comfortable in there, and we put together a really nice seat that has some cushion in there, back support. And the way I landed, that's, I think, the only thing that saved me. I got a little bruised up, and the wind knocked out of me, and of course the boat took a beating. But other than that, totally fine.
Just before the start-finish line, a bunch of debris came off of the right sponson, and after that, boat pitched up, and we firmly believe it was some delamination on the right sponson that caused what happened. But his blowover, I remember, sitting on the dock, and we're standing on the dock and watching it going, oh man, here we go again. But the first thing that caught my eye was that right sponson being delaminated, and immediately I went, okay, well, that wasn't driver error in my opinion. That was a boat issue. And once he landed, the first thing I said was, are you okay? And he got back and said he was all right. It shook him a little bit because it was unexpected. We weren't there trying to do that. You never are, but we were really just trying to survive and collect as many points as possible. So it landed on its swim step, which is on the left side of the boat, and the force from that buckled the bottom of the boat just after the break and wrinkled the decks, cracked and pinched a bunch of frames, it bent the honeycomb, it twisted the boat. So our first step getting home was to assess, but immediately get it onto a level jig, which we spent a lot of time getting the jig level, and get the boat on and actually assess how bad it was twisted, how bad the boat actually was. And that left side was 3 inches off the jig and the right side was an inch off the jig, so it was bent pretty bad. The next step after that was to relieve any of the stresses. You want the boat to naturally, the best you can, relax back into where it's supposed to sit level on the jig. So we started cutting. We took all the decks off, started cutting stringers, started cutting the bottom honeycomb, and finally was able to get the boat to relax. So after that point, once we got it to relax, we actually got the shaft alignment back in line, which is pretty incredible. That gave us a huge step forward in our timeline. After all the cutting was done and the boat's relaxed and back into place, we could start gluing and manufacturing and start splicing things back in. So everything gets doublers and overkill. I mean, we use amazing glues and fasteners, and I mean, we make the thing a rock because you have to. They go through such amazing stresses. It's unbelievable. So once we got all the main structure back in, all the frames back in, any frames we had to replace, we got those replaced, extrusion and angles and stringers and whatnot, all that was replaced. In the meantime, to kill time or to move things ahead, we built the left and right side deck. Luckily, we already had the center deck as a spare, so that moved us forward as well. So we got the decks glued back on, tried to build our box back up to where we had a structure again. Once that was all said and done, obviously we had the gremlin of the right sponson repair that we had to work on. Left sponson needed some loving. We had a plenty adequate patch, but not good enough moving forward. And if we're taking the time to roll the boat over, we want to do it right. So put the rollover jig on, got the boat rolled over, and started working on the sponsons immediately. The bottom side near the strut had some damage just from where the boat buckled and where we had to cut and relieve it. So all of those get doublers and fastened in and made so they're structurally sound, and got the sponson back where it needed to be. That one was tricky with all the angles that are so crucial on those. So going into Tri-Cities, we're going to put it all on the line and go for it. We have our last 2 races, Tri-Cities and the Seattle Gold Cup. So personal goal of mine, I think a lot of the team shares the same thing, is to go out there and be top qualifier and show that, you know what, yeah, we went through a little bit of turmoil there in Madison, but we're going to turn the thing right back around and get it going.
Maybe this will turn into a positive thing. We're always trying to look on the positive side of it, and coming off of running one of the fastest laps ever, we're pretty excited about continuing to make this boat fast.
To our great lookout spot on the Brutzman's Barge at the Mosteller Memorial Start Finish Line. Joining us, Chuck Van Oy with Coleman Oil, and they're part of our broadcast sponsorship with the GP boats, the Grand Prix America boats. Coleman Oil's been around for 70 years. It's your anniversary this year.
It is our anniversary, 70 years, yeah, 3 generations.
So tell me about the family, because this is still very much a family-run business.
It is, with an emphasis on family. It started out in Lewiston, Idaho, and slowly but surely we've grown over the last 70 years, and we're now one of the bigger family-owned distributors in the area. We're in Idaho, western Montana, Washington, and Oregon.
All the way over to the Washington coast now.
Bellingham, yeah. That's right.
Qualification run here on 610 KONA on the Columbia River course. He has 1 lap to complete to become a qualified driver.
Yeah, guys,
but he'll
he needs
also be on the clock.
Yeah, he officially needs 3 laps. But he's got an opportunity to run 3 laps here right now. There was some question. We were discussing here in a dock. We got it from on high, the confirmation. The question was whether or not an unqualified driver can qualify a boat.
That is different, isn't it?
Yes, we have answered the question. Yes, he can. Put him on a clock. He needs 3 laps. Let's go. 130. He doesn't need 130-mile-an-hour laps to get himself qualified, but to qualify the boat, he's got to run it at 130. He's not going to have any problems because I hear him coming. He's coming hard.
Yep, and the green flag is out on the course. Down the front stretch to the All Doors Incorporated turn number 1.
Yeah, you hear him coming by our microphones here. He is at the entrance to the Apex. TJ coming right at you.
Yeah, it looks really good coming through the corner. Really solid, tight in the corner, lots of speed. As a rookie, he doesn't look like a rookie, honestly. He looks fully experienced.
Well, it was just a couple of weeks ago, he jumps into a GP boat and takes the checkered flag in the final heat down at Gunther'sville.
Like it's nothing.
Like it was nothing.
The old GP88 Hydro Fish, nice. You know, the guy's a 2-time Valley Field champion of Hydro 350 class last year, this year. He's currently piloting the Hull 0001, introduced as the T6 Miss Budweiser in 2000, and he's taking it for a boat ride.
And on the clock, across the Mosteller start-finish line, and again, ColemanOil.com is the website, ColemanOil.com. Get in touch with Chuck and everybody there.
We'll get the speed here as soon as we catch it, but he's already into the corner down here, and he's already in front of TJ, and he is headed down the Pasco shoreline.
Looking really strong. I mean, a little bouncy coming through the corner, but really solid. Great run. I mean, he's already qualified right now, so he's just having fun.
152.827 miles per hour.
So there's our first qualified boat for the Columbia Cup of 2023. Now, we just need to get Bobby himself qualified, and he needs 2 more laps. He's 3/4 of the way through lap number 2. Bring him down, Michael.
Yep, just at the exit pin of the Buffalo Brothers, turn number 4 onto the front stretch. Back across start finish. Now, pretty solid out there. River conditions are really kind of too smooth to put up some really big numbers. Brad, it start to get some boats out there. We'll start to get a little bit of a riffle on the river, but it's almost holding the boat down too much.
Yeah, they call it sticky water. The boats need to break loose from that and get up off the water. The less contact that a boat makes with the water, the faster they can go. Jump in whenever you've got a speed, but he's halfway up the backstretch here on lap number 3 of 3. Would expect that last lap maybe to be a touch faster than the first one. I think you said a $1:52 on 1.
$1:53.272 on lap 2.
Making me look good. Thank you, Bobby King.
White's Finished Furniture, turn number 3. And there you have that water coming off the skid fin, a big wall up into the sky, Rooster Tail.
Nice corner.
Beautiful run at the exit pin of Buffalo Brothers, turn number 4 onto the front stretch. Finishing his lap number 3 with a checkered flag out, and Bobby King not looking like a rookie in the 12 Graham trucking at all.
155.335. Best lap yet. It's posted. Catch me if you can.
He will be caught, but Team Graham Trucking has to be just thrilled with the way that the boats perform.
Off the chart. Hadn't been in the water in 2 years.
After coming off of the beach. Special thanks to our friends at Bob's Burgers and Brew. After the races, head to Bob's. 2 locations there in Richland, off of Dupertail, Kennewick, off of 395 at Hildebrandt, South Kennewick. Best burgers, appetizers, and beverages. Go to bobsburgersandbrew.com. Traffic watch over the Blue Bridge looking good. Reports are very slow going, though, up the hill to Yelm. Southbound 395 through Clearwater, which is not unusual, especially on a Friday.
You know, guys, what blows me away as kind of a newbie to the sport is that these guys don't get to just practice when they're not racing a race. They don't have a place where they can just go run laps whenever they want, you know? So it's
That's exactly right.
It's pretty amazing. It blows my mind. Like, imagine building a football team and not being able to practice or even touch a ball until you go out on the field to play a game. That's what blows my mind about the sport.
It's quite a bit to put together just to get boats out for the spring testing and training that we do here. And that's why many teams take part in it. They don't have a chance to get off the trailer very often. And understand that next year's event may be combined with another event to make it a full weekend. More details on that coming up.
Bobby King has made his way back to the dock here by our count. He's got the 15.
No question.
But if he needs one more or he needs one less, it appears that it's not going to be difficult for him to do that. The boat is running extremely well. I've been talking to some of the crew members down here. What they have pulled off is nothing short of amazing. You hear a boat spooling up in the background. That is Brent Hall and the U-440, the Boitano Homes.
And Brad, is he still at 7?
Pardon me, I'm sorry.
Is he still at 7 for qualification?
I think he's got 2 more laps earlier today, but they were not at 130, so the laps count.
Okay.
But I think he needs 4 more over 130. I will confirm that while he's on the water. We've got a couple guys down here with an abacus helping us figure that out.
He needs 5.4 over $130.
A very interesting note about Mr. Hall. He is attempting to become the first African-American boat racer to qualify as a driver in H1 Unlimited competition. This is the highest level of boat racing in the world, so blazing, hopefully, a new trail for the young man.
And history here.
Absolutely.
On the Columbia River course.
Absolutely.
Heading by Tire Factory, turn number 2, and AJ.
Yeah, he just cruised by, just starting. I'm curious to see
Hey, guys,
if he can get over the
Can I
130.
jump in here real quick?
Got it.
I got Bobby King here. Now it's my turn to talk to you, young man. So now I'm going to welcome you to the Tri-Cities. You kept talking to Taylor earlier. What do you think of this place and out on the water?
I mean, I've been coming to Tri-Cities for a long time, and this is an awesome race course, awesome fans. I mean, finally, happy to be in one of these boats here, and I can't thank Rob Graham and Graham Trucking enough, and this entire team, how hard they've worked, the trust they put in me to, as a first-time driver to come and drive such a nice piece of equipment. I just can't thank the team, the Tri-Cities area enough. I'm having a blast my first day.
I'll tell you what, I know you know all this, but this thing hasn't been wet for 2 years, and it looks like you guys have been running the whole circuit, you included as part of that puzzle. This is an incredible team.
Oh, absolutely. No, these guys, it may have sat for 2 years, but it didn't go untouched for 2 years. Rob Graham has a certain expectation when this thing hits the water, and it doesn't leave the shop until that expectation's met. So, I mean, just like I said, I can't thank these guys enough, and it's an extremely hard-working team. And, doesn't seem like it's been 2 years for them, but they just jump right back into it.
By our count, you've got enough laps. I know they're counting them up on start-finish, but either way, I know you're going to lap. You're done. Congratulations, young man. There we go. Bobby King qualified H1 Unlimited driver. That's got a good ring.
It does, Brad. And I mean, just like I said, just more than thankful, and I can't thank everyone enough and everybody that got me here, and it's awesome to have those laps done. We'll go get these heats over with and go do some racing.
You having fun?
I'm having a blast.
We'll be talking more and more. Go get out of the hot soup. Congratulations, Bobby King.
Thank you, guys.
All right, there you have it. Another qualified driver, and man, he made it look easy.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the 440 off plane.
Oh.
This would be at the top end of the course. Rattlesnake Mountain hazy in the background upstream.
Yeah, he looked really good coming down through turn 2. A lot of speed, came right through the corner, and then right as he got about halfway through, he just laid off.
Well, unfortunately, for the 440 bucket list team, this is not the direction they want to go.
No. They had their issue dialed in, or so the report was. Unfortunately, still some work to do. It looks like one of the tow sleds got to come out, Mike, right?
Well, we're waiting to see if the cockpit's open. So whatever it is, it's going to require the Thornworks tow rope. If your house isn't happy, nobody's happy. Making homes happy since 2010, it's Thornworks. No project too big or too small. Commercial construction, residential construction, remodels too, maybe new landscaping or landscape maintenance, painting and exterior work. Not a volume construction company. They want every client to be the next. So they get referrals and help out your friends too. That's Thornworks. Tow rope coming, as looks like a boat is headed that direction now. So we've got a little bit of time as we get ready for the next boat out. That'll be the 3 piston-powered Griggs Ace Hardware entry with 610 KONA with Jimmy King. But unfortunately for Brent Hall, the tow rope from Thornworks is headed his direction. We'll take a timeout. More of the qualification of the H1 Unlimited is coming up from the Columbia Cup on 610 KONA and 610KONA.com. Thank you, studio. back here at the Crow's Nest, Clover Island Captain's Suite. Mike and Kurt with you at the Mosteller Memorial start-finish line. We start to hear, I believe that's the 3 piston-powered Jimmy King Griggs Ace Hardware boat trying to fire up, heading out of the pits. Meanwhile, the Thornworks tow rope is on the 440 bucket list. And for Brent Hall, it is the longest tow rope that you could possibly make from turn number 4.
All the way up.
All the way down. So green flag is out on the course as they have the 440 up next to the shore. And for all the fans that are out there that are listening on the PA or to your radios right now, if you're along the shore, be sure to wave at Brent Hall, trying to get that boat qualified and into the Columbia Cup and become a qualified driver. But Jimmy King is out now over at Tire Factory, turn number 2.
He's looking good, looking really good. Just kind of cruising, you know.
Yep.
He's not hitting top speed yet.
He's getting set up for the top end of the course and to get on the clock here at the start-finish line.
The boat sounded good. The engine sounded great as it went by. I mean, sometimes they kind of sound a little like lopsided or like they're just not running right when they come by, and he sounded great.
Oh, Jimmy King knows his way around the Columbia River course, that's for sure. He loves taking that outside tack. You'll see him go right near the edge of the boundary markers. The guy's been driving the hydroplanes here since 1994, the Miss Exide 2. Jimmy King, ladies and gentlemen, was the H1 Unlimited Rookie of the Year in 1994.
He's got a lot of air under that boat, and he took a top-end turn that was amazing across start-finish line and down the front stretch. Jimmy King in the 3. Heading into All Doors Incorporated, turn number 1.
Well, he's coming hard down here, pops into view, and he's at the entrance pin. That big World War II Allison engine just running hard through the corner. The fans love that boat. They love the sound. TJ pops and bangs when it comes off the exit pin, but he's got it up and running down the back chute.
Yeah, he did bop and weave. I don't know what you would call it, but doing a little bouncing as he came through that corner. Looks really good. Sounds good. He's going to have a great day.
That's where the water pools up over there. We've referred to it as the Jello shot corner with the current. Water just kind of collects over there at turn number 2, Tire Factory turn number 2, and it gets awful sloppy. Taking it out wide. Lane number 4 at the exit pin. Buffalo Brothers turn number 4. Here comes Jimmy King down the front stretch to the start-finish line. On the clock. We'll wait for his score to be posted, his time to be posted. As he heads into All Doors Incorporated turn number 1, he's taking his foot out of it.
He pulled his foot. We said he'll probably run one hot one.
156.304, top of the ladder, bests his offspring by 1 mile an hour.
And I know you guys want me to go down and talk to him, and I'm standing at his dock. And we're going to say, well, gee, how come he only ran the 1 lap? I do that every year. He gives me the same answer. Last year, I didn't catch him, and I gave the answer for him, and he later told me I was correct. But now, I think the boat is settling down in the water, and he has lost power.
Well, Jimmy just wants to be competitive. During the Q&A at the start of the season, when he was asked what his goals were for the 2023 H1 hydroplane racing season, he said, just be competitive. And with a run like that, you are halfway to your goal, young man.
We took Jeff Ayler's microphone away from him, but he's standing here right next to me. We said he'd go out and run 1 lap. He did, but it was nice and hot.
Boy, great prediction. Is your nickname Kreskin? You remember him?
Yeah, I do, and no.
Boy, boat looked really good. Ran it well away from the buoys. That 156 could have been more realistic, a 158, 159 closer to the pins, but the team accomplished what they wanted to do. They're in the show at the 156, and I expect, I think the Turbinator will stay on the trailer the rest of the day, and they'll see how the draws go for 1A and 1B tomorrow.
I think that's exactly right, and as we've been joking, but it's very true. As Jimmy always says, there's only so many laps in that Allison, and you don't want to waste them. You don't need extra laps to qualify. He got the lap in. He's in the show. The boat looked good.
Yeah, I guess the real question, though, is losing power and now needing a tow rope, a Thornworks tow rope. Did something else happen?
Yeah, we will find out when he gets back. Meanwhile, Andrew Tate comes away from the dock in the 91, the Goodman Real Estate. He was running some laps in the high 150s earlier today. And again, these laps count. These are the ones the boats earn points for. And before I got wired up and we came down for this qualifying session, I heard you guys talking about points, and Jeff was adding in there that they are important. They do count toward making the final heat here on Sunday, but they also count toward that national high points. And we've only got 4 races this year, and we've only got 2 more. So every point is really critical, not just the 1 point that has the 11 ahead of everybody, and that's the Legend Yacht Transport.
And Brad, that's absolutely amazing. The Legend Yacht Transport, presented by the Trust Company, comes in here as the point leader by 1 single digit. We'll see how things play out here in qualifying and see if that shuffles around after H1 Unlimited qualifying. We have the water until 3 o'clock Pacific for qualifying. Lots of action ahead.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a busy time out here on the water. We should have a lot of boats out doing a lot of runs. Top end of the race course got Andrew Tate in what I think is that absolutely beautiful U91 Goodman Real Estate. See what kind of a time he can post. Boats up at the top end. Michael, you got him. Bring him down. Put him on a clock.
Yeah, gold sponsons, gold fairing, and the white cockpit and cowling. It is a pretty boat with a big G on it. And here comes Tate in the Goodman Real Estate, 91 across the Mosteller start-finish line and headed down to All Doors Incorporated, turn number 1. He's got a lot of air under the boat. He came out of the water a little bit, jumping into turn number 1.
Yeah, he picked up the left side and then rocked it back and forth a couple, and then he found he was at the entrance pin to the corner, and you want to have that boat settle down in the corner before you start to turn left. The boat was getting away from him a little bit. He really pulled his foot, so this isn't going to be anything to write home about.
Yeah, as he came around the corner, you notice right as he hit turn 1, he really kind of laid off. I'm not sure what happened, but he was jumping back and forth a little bit, and maybe he was afraid of something and decided to slow down because he was really slowed down around that corner.
Into the top end of the course now, just out of the White's Finished Furniture and Hardwoods turn 3 into Buffalo Boat Brothers turn number 4, very close to the exit pin. This is a tight run on the buoy line, at least for the top end, and now across the Mosteller start-finish line and down the front stretch. He's packing a lot of air underneath those sponsons.
He really is.
That is a nice-looking run. Again, top qualifier, Jimmy King in the 3, Griggs 156.304. For Tate, a 145.723 into Tire Factory turn number 2, Andrew Tate.
Yeah, he just took a big hop again, bigger on this second time down here than he did on the first. Yeah. And it launched him way to the outside of the race course. TJ, look at the line through that corner. Yeah. He's almost out all the way to the insurance markers.
So did that jump freak him out a little bit? Is that why he turned so wide? Because
absolutely.
He jumped like, I don't know, 12 feet. It was a long ways.
He covered a lot of ground, unfortunately. So clearly boat ride is an issue. Clearly he's going to get the boat qualified, but it's not going to be at the type of speed he would like. And I always make the comment at this time that, you know, these guys go out and sometimes they go a lot slower than they did earlier in the day, and you think, boy, they didn't learn anything. Well, no, they did. They learned a lot. They learned whatever this combination is, and whatever they changed, it didn't take them in the right direction. He's across, Mike, and he's pulled his foot, and I'm sure he'll bring it right back in.
You know, I find it interesting because he was really loose, right? And you would think, well, that'd be a fast time. Well, instead, it was maybe hard to handle. Had to back out of it a little bit.
Oh, it was definitely hard to handle. It got away from him.
So heading back to the Neil F. Lamson pits where we find our American Radiator pit reporters, and they'll be doing some thrashing on that one to get the combination right. All City Tech reports, All City Transmissions.
Last lap was about 138. So this is the boat that is owned by the citizens of Madison, Indiana, and this year marks the 62nd consecutive year of unlimited racing for the Miss Madison Incorporated. Of course, we're in year 57 here.
It's one of the 2 boat teams with the 1 home street and Dylan Runne.
So it'll be interesting to see what happened.
Now, Andrew Tate had a blowover a couple races ago, right? So that must have really made his heart jump when he
being
jumped.
that loose.
Yeah, being that loose.
Well, I don't know if it made his heart jump, but it made mine.
Yeah, it was.
I mean, he really got loose down here.
It was, and you're right, that turn number 1, All Doors, was coming up pretty quick.
So I'm working my way down to
Jimmy
the...
King.
Nice to meet you, sir.
Got a minute?
Sure.
Gentlemen, I have Jimmy King with us. Jimmy, and he had to shut it down there. Not any concern at all, was it?
No. Everything's still in one piece. You know, we still got a race boat for tomorrow, and qualifying is kind of cool, but it's better when it heats. So save it for then.
Yeah, when you shut it down like that, it's not like starting the car in the parking lot.
No, absolutely not. It probably would have relit, but it's not very good for it, and there's no sense.
As far as the course was concerned, you had the good run on that lap.
Yeah, it is the fastest of the weekend so far for us, 156, and on a one-lap run with acceleration, that's doable. That gets us in the hunt a little bit.
So basically, you did exactly what you set out to do today.
Pretty much. We still got to gain a little bit more, but that's tomorrow's effort.
All right, congratulations, good run, and we'll talk more as the weekend goes.
All right, you have a great day. Thanks.
All right, gentlemen, Jimmy King, back to you.
Craig West, one of our American Radiator Pit reporters. Craig, thank you very much for being with us.
Welcome aboard.
Next boat out will be the 1, and that'll be the home street.
So he was talking about gaining some speed for tomorrow. What are some of the things that they could do to that boat to make it faster?
Gearbox combination.
It's all about combinations, and combinations of skid fin location, skid fin angle, rudder bracketry, propeller, gearbox. It's just finding the right combination of all of those parts and pieces. That's what they're all searching for.
Dylan Runne into White's Finish Furniture and Hardwoods, turn number 3. Now into turn number 4 with the Buffalo Brothers, the best hydro fans on the circuit. They've got quite an encampment down there in turn number 4. To the Mosteller start-finish line. He's walking it back and forth, coming down the front stretch, but a solid run for the beautiful blue and white home street.
Yeah, he's ripping down here at the entrance pin to the corner. This has been the high mark in H1 racing for the last few years. With Jimmy Shane behind the wheel, he retired, and Dylan Runne is right now getting to a point where he's not missing a beat with this hull. It just looks fast on a trailer. It looks fast in the water, and when he puts his foot in it, it goes.
You know, the one thing that I notice, and you can confirm this, AJ, in Tire Factory turn number 2, he just doesn't lose that much speed going through turn number 2.
No, there's a couple things about him that really stand out versus especially the other rookies that we've seen today, and that is how tight he runs on the corner and how smooth he is on his racing. I don't see a ton of jumping with his boat. It's very stable. He's got a lot of speed.
Hey guys, can I jump in here real quick? I got Andrew Tate, who just crawled out of the 91 to Goodman Real Estate. Got the boat qualified, but I don't think that was your favorite boat ride.
No, I've never seen anything like that. I don't know if it was from Ed, Jimmy King coming through there so slow, but seen holes that big piston boat left some gnarly stuff out there for us. I figured the second time around they might be gone, but I was going a little faster and it was a little worse.
And so we saw you take the hops down here at the lower end. Same issue up above the top end?
No, the second turn down there was completely fine. It was just, I saw him when I was getting on plane out here, and I was like, what the hell? What, expletive, what are these things doing here? But yeah, I don't know. I came back around and they were still there, second lap too. So we brought it back. It wasn't obviously my favorite ride. We'll go try again here in a second.
You change the combination or just hope for better water?
Well, I can tell
a little of both.
I can tell you we didn't learn much that run, so we'll see what happens here. I'll talk to Mike and whatever he wants to do, but as far as I can tell, is scrap that, try again.
Andrew, appreciate you stopping by.
Thank you.
All right, Andrew Tate. Not his favorite trip around the 2.5-mile oval here on the Columbia River. Meanwhile, Mr. Runne from Rumson, New Jersey, through the corner and up the backstretch. Is he on lap 2?
Yes, he is. Had a 152.302, so that makes him third on the ladder, and up the back chute.
Little compression popping over there. I don't know if he's backing out of it or not, but
this second
we
lap,
will find out.
When he came by me the second time,
yes,
he seemed to be much slower than he did the first time. I'm
Agreed.
not sure why. But
Agreed.
He lost some speed somewhere doing something.
Definitely something not feeling right in the boat, and really out of it, and taking the turn a little bit wider than we'd seen before at the exit pin of turn number 4, Buffalo Brothers turn 4 onto the front stretch, and he is not pushing the home street at this point at all.
No, something must be up. He turned 29 earlier this month, so a young man race at the H1 circuit. His favorite unlimited hydroplane of all time is the Winston Eagle.
Wow, that's a great boat.
Smart man. You ask Andrew Tate, you'll get pretty much the same answer as far as the favorite boat. Of course, it was Andrew Tate's father who drove that boat so very, very well. Dylan Runne is coming back to the pit area. And guys, we should remind everybody listening on 610 KONA and on the web on the H1 Unlimited YouTube channel that these speeds, although they are official in the way that we say them and they are correct, the speed is not going to change. They are unofficial in the sense the boats still have to go through tech inspection. And they will check a couple of things, including fuel flow and the N2 output shaft speed on the monitors on the black box when they pull it out of the boat. And I would assume our Tana Morissette with H1 Unlimited will come down and give you a thumbs up, so-and-so has cleared. That's when the speed becomes definitely official.
That's a good point. Thank you, Brad.
I've got Brent Hall with me. And Brent, let's talk a little bit about the run. You had to shut it down.
Yeah, you know, better to be safe than sorry. I saw the temperatures climb really fast, and I was like, that's not good. And so I shut it down, and we'll see what, we're bringing the boat back. We'll see what's going on, but feels like it's a gearbox issue. It was the gearbox temp that went up.
Yeah, gearbox is serious stuff. You hate to think you can't get back in the water this weekend.
Yeah, no, we're sending good mojo because we haven't seen it yet, right? So we're going to think good thoughts, but yeah, when the gearbox goes, that's something that's challenging to put back together here at the race site, but Kelly works magic, and he's done it before, so let's see what we got first.
Positive vibes will send it that way, but even what you got to do, how did it feel when it hit the water and you had the adrenaline rushing?
Oh, it felt great. You know, Kelly had just told me in the corner, he's like, hey, great corner. I said, thank you. And then I started to notice the temperature climb. So did have a really nice corner there. I was ready for a hot lap, so was excited to see what that lap was going to be. I'm not sure if I finished that one, but we'll see.
We'll find out. Hopefully you can get back in the water before too long. Thanks,
exactly.
Brent.
We only got a few laps left. We got to get her done.
Thanks a lot.
Oh, you bet. Anytime.
All right. Brent Hall, hopefully getting back in the water again. Gentlemen, take
Guys, you got speeds on Dylan Runne. Did he get laps in a book? I think I'm going to be able to grab the young man here real quick as he walks by, comes. What did we get? Did we get one hot lap? Did you get one, Dylan, hot lap?
I don't even know if we got one good one in there.
How do you define a hot lap? That kind of leaves that door open.
Yeah, hot lap's got to be buck 61 plus, and I don't even know where we were there, but I can tell you it wasn't close to that.
152.302. 152.302 was the hot lap.
We'll get this team back together and get ready for next session here. So
the guys are in my ear saying 152, and obviously I know the boat's got a lot more in it. Did you slowed it down and brought it back early?
Yeah.
Something wrong?
Anything's wrong. I think some setup changes might need to go take a look at there. So no, but yeah, ready to go in a couple minutes.
Go get it done. Out.
Appreciate it.
Dylan Runne, driver of the U1, Miss Home Street. You heard him. He didn't even know what the speed was. And you remember at the test session, he turned a dozen laps north of 160 miles an hour. Granted, things were a little different then. Didn't have to worry about going through tech inspection, so they could kind of turn up the wick on the boat and let it do whatever it wanted to do. But he knows 152 is not going to get the job done this weekend, not against some of the competition he's going to have to face.
The Flavor Pack 40 with Dustin Eccles. Exit pin of turn number 4. Buffalo Brothers turn 4 onto the front stretch. First hot lap in the qualifying session for the Flavor Pack. Headed down to All Doors Incorporated, turn number 1, Brad.
Here he comes, Dustin Eccles, and that brightly colored Flavor Pack, the brand new sponsor. They turned a lap in Guntersville, Alabama, north of 171 miles an hour. I personally had never seen a 170-mile-an-hour lap before. This boat is most definitely capable, and he's already halfway down the backstroke. Boat looks real good, Mike.
Second on the ladder currently, 155.418 for Mr. Eccles in the U40.
Qualifying leader is the piston-powered 3 Griggs Ace Hardware 610 KONA with Jimmy King 156.304.
And Dustin Eccles has said his favorite thing about H1 Unlimited hydroplane racing, he's in awe when he watches a boat run wide open and barely touch the water. In his opinion, it is the definition of perfection. Amen, brother.
And Eccles, that first lap, 155.2. Now we get 155.925. Still searching for a little bit more speed. How is he looking? Tire Factory turn 2, AJ.
You know, he looks really good coming into the corner, and then as he's coming out, he seems like he's a little slow, and I'm not sure why that is.
Yeah, the water pools right there. It's really difficult to accelerate against the current coming out at Tire Factory turn 2.
Yeah, he's definitely having some issues and holding speed as he comes through turn 2 for sure.
Yeah, turn number 3, just beautiful. The White's Finished Furniture and Hardwoods, and then into Buffalo Brothers turn number 4. He hit a little bit of rough water right there and came out, and he is really jumping back and forth as he comes down to the start and finish line. I think he wants to get that top qualifying spot. He was pushing really hard at the top end of the course.
He really had his foot into it toward the start finish line, that is for sure. 155.925, just about a half a mile an hour faster than lap number 1. Looks like he's taking his foot out of it.
156.008, so he did not eclipse Jimmy King in the 3.
Oh, just by a fraction.
That was his quick lap, 156?
156.
Okay. I haven't talked to Dustin yet. We'll make sure and get him. And then we've got a whole lot of strong racing laying at the dockside here. Our third boat in National High Points, our number 2 boat in National High Points, and just now coming off the trailer is our leader currently in National High Points, the U11 Legend Yacht Transport, presented by the Trust Company. We'll get Amy Nielsen out here pretty quick. That'll be kind of fun. They are anxious to run that boat and see how fast they can go. Now, next up is going to be Corey Peabody. Yeah, I got to stop and think there for a minute. I'm right behind the 8. It was interesting as J. Michael Kelly came down the dock and stepped aboard the 8. He came down to me and he said, "Brad, did you talk to Andrew?" And I said, "Yeah." And he goes, "He said there were some holes floating around." I said he was blaming it on the 3. He thought they left some troughs for him. So it definitely got Mike's attention. And he came down and asked about it. So we'll see what he does. Meanwhile, here comes Dustin in just this beautiful, brightly colored U40 flavor pack.
Have you seen the Brittany Force Top Fuel Dragster that's Flavor Pack sponsored?
I have.
Isn't it? It's pretty too. I mean, it really is a good looking label, and it turns into a good looking boat and a really good looking dragster.
It really does. So glad to have them involved in the sport. A tremendous parking job here by Dustin Eccles as the boat just kisses its way back to the dock. Fast lap, what, 156?
156.008.
And that puts him where unofficially on our
second
behind
Jimmy King.
Jimmy King.
He needs a new jumpsuit.
Who? Dustin?
Yeah, it's orange.
Well, of course it's orange. You know, this kind of all happened in a hurry.
I know. What, they announced it Wednesday?
He's gonna take a minute here and come. We're getting some heavy commentary off the start-finish line. It says you need a new jumpsuit. It's the wrong color.
Yeah, we were trying to push her pretty hard, but it was pretty rough out there for only one boat. We had some ground swells and some stuff to deal with, but we're learning every time out. We just need to go back and look at some data and see what we can do to make this thing faster.
Needless to say, Andrew Tate came back and had a similar comment about the water conditions.
It's weird, you know, when we're racing here, we know it's going to be rough in this turn. There's a few spots to get rough. But by yourself, it's usually pretty good. And I don't know if it's the river level or what it is, but it was pretty rough all the way around. It worked us pretty hard, but that's okay.
I got to ask this question, and this is probably the wrong time to do it, but I'm going to ask it anyway because I didn't see you yesterday afternoon. How are you after the events of Madison? You okay?
I'm 100%. Yeah, I'm just fine. I took it easy at work a couple days and got right back to it. And I've been doing everything that I did before, no problems at all. Been working on the boat nonstop and no complaints on my end.
And this is a question I've been dying to ask you because you and I had a lot of fun here after the test session, and you talked about teamwork and the crew and everybody who was making fun of you, and they jumped out with you. We had a lot of fun, but it was that teamwork that pulled together to put this thing back together.
Yeah, we joked about, you know, team building exercises, and that's about the worst one you could do, what we did. But I can honestly say I didn't hear any complaining, any griping. We all kind of pushed each other along. Somebody got tired, somebody else stepped in, and coming out of that with everyone still friends and a good, fast race boat in front of us, I think that's all we could ask for.
And I'm going to assume you had no second thoughts getting in this thing about the repairs.
Not for a half a second. No, this thing is as good, if not better, than it was before.
Very good. Dustin, thank you very much. We're going to talk to you later on. I assume you go again.
Yeah, I just want to say real quick, thanks for Flavor Pack for coming on board. I know we're getting a lot of pictures, but I just want to personally thank them for coming to support us.
It's a pretty boat, too.
Thank you. I've heard a lot of people say the same thing.
We're looking at your speeds there. You got a quick one, a 156.448.
Okay, that'll do. That'll do. We'll bump it up here later on. We're not done.
Okay, Dustin Eccles, driver of the Flavor Pack, the U40. Good young kid. I always like talking to Dustin.
Hey, Brad.
Yes?
We have a N2 violation to report on the U91, and this is a fuel violation.
All right. That means what they get is a T like time, N like not, R like recorded. Time not recorded. And that goes away via tech inspection. So they weren't happy with that speed, but it was a qualifying speed. So now they're going to have to come out and do it again, but they were going to anyway. Meanwhile, going right in front of AJ up the backstretch is a beautiful white H1 Unlimited hydroplane, the U9, the Beacon Plumbing, and this thing is a rocket.
Corey Peabody is probably, I've had so many race fans tell me this weekend that he is the guy to watch all weekend. Always been running strong this year. He won the first race, am I right?
That is correct. He won the weather-shortened Southern Cup down in Guntersville. Teammate J. Michael Kelly captured the rain and weather-shortened race in Madison, Indiana, the Indiana Governor's Cup. So they got 2 victories, which they were happy with, but they'd rather have won them on the water. I'm going to tell you one last thing about Corey Peabody. As long as the boat is finished, nobody has solved the Corey Peabody puzzle yet. Nobody's beat him yet this year. He just had the spin out when he broke the strut, and here he comes down to the lower corner. AJ, watch him through the corner. This boat is a fast one.
Yeah, man, he's holding the corner unbelievable. A lot of speed. There's some waves really building up, but it didn't seem to bother him. He just held his speed all the way through. He looks really great.
This hull that's on the water was involved in a devastating crash, Madison, Indiana. So this hull was extensively rebuilt in 2022, and I'd say they've got it dialed in if nobody can touch him so far during this 2023 season. Great driver, great craft.
Heading into Buffalo Brothers turn number 4. At the exit pin, first hot lap of 3 in qualifying. Glad you're along for the ride. Special thanks to our friends over at Farmers Exchange at 215 West Canal Drive in historic downtown Kennewick. Working for you for 99 years. Ready, set, mow. Special savings on lawnmowers to get the job done so you can get the finish line quicker. Over to Tire Factory turn number 2.
Look at that corner, really nice. Really great run. Oh, he just kind of laid off on the gas now for some reason. I'm not sure what happened.
And I don't think he lays off on the gas. Again, it has to do with the current. And
so it's the river that's slowing him down as he comes around the corner.
Correct.
It's
I don't know that anybody's backing out of the throttle.
Yeah, it's really noticeable as he comes around the corner. It seems to like he's almost lay off completely.
And some combinations are better than others right in that spot, AJ, at Tire Factory turn number 2. And that's why you're there. If it's going to happen, it's kind of like Yakutat Road on 82. Happens right over there. Tire Factory turn 2.
Yeah, that's the slowest spot on this race course, but it's also arguably the most dangerous. Coming out of turn 1 in front of AJ.
Peabody 156.985. No leader on the ladder.
Well, and the other piece to this puzzle is the boat's running really well, but look at the boat ride, AJ, through the corner. He's solid all the way down the front, straight away from where I could pick him up. Boat's just solid as a rock.
AJ second lap, 158.277. He continues to climb.
Wow, he's screaming. This lap seems faster than the first couple I watched. And you're right, Brad. As he came around turn 1 and 2, he was hopping a little bit, but unlike other boats, he was really holding his line well and keeping his speed.
Adam White's Finished Furniture, turn number 3. Buffalo Brothers turn 4. Final lap for Corey Peabody. Beacon Plumbing, the 9. Across start finish. There's a little glint of sunshine off of the metallic Beacon Plumbing insignia that flashes at you.
159.280.
Even
was
better.
It 159?
159.280.
Nice. I tell you what, yeah, you don't realize it at first when the boat's out on the water, or even sometimes if you get close to it, you don't see the reflective silver or whatever it is that outlines the letters on that deck until the sun catches it just right. And it's a la the Oberto that we had here a few years ago with the metallic colors that would pick up the sunshine. But it's really pretty on this white boat. And he comes back again. The speed is not going to change, but the qualifying time is not yet official until he goes through tech inspection.
No.
And now
it'll
get really fun down here, guys, because the next boat out is J. Michael Kelly. He is in the cockpit of the U8, the Beacon Electric, the bright red boat, and he trails the U11, the Legend Yacht Transport, presented by the Trust Company, by 1 point. And there's 100 points laying on the table here for our top qualifier. Our second fastest qualifier will get 80 points. So you could have a change in your national high points ladder depending on what happens here during this qualifying session.
Points are huge.
They are huge, and Corey is back to the dock.
Special thanks on our broadcast to Golf Universe in Kennewick. Shop and save at Golf Universe. On-site club repair, customized fitting. It's about their customer service, really. Good group, Golf Universe. Also, Firehouse Subs, founded by firemen. A portion of all their proceeds goes right back to first responders in our area. Also, Firehouse Subs rewards. You can earn free subs and upgrades and more. In Burbank, Kennewick, Pasco, Richland, and in West Richland, it's Firehouse Subs. It's like the Beacon Electric boats getting ready to go out.
Yeah, we got the Beacon Plumbing has just come back. We got my buddy Corey here's taking off the hard hat. And I'm going to think you're pretty happy with that speed, but then you're never happy, and you just always want to go faster, right? But
I don't know, we turned, so
we got a quick lap. Your third one at 159.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy with it. It's always good to get it out there, but there's always something more, so we're going to go up in the data truck and find out what we can do, and hopefully we can come back out here and throw down another one, and hopefully faster.
The other drivers before you are coming back and saying it's pretty rough. How did you find it?
Yeah, it's not fun. It's just weird, some side rollers and stuff like that, so it's hard to really give this a really fast lap, but we all have to go through it, so it's fair. I mean, that's what it is, but hopefully we can get these last couple of boats out, let it sit for a little bit, hit our second round, and we'll go from there.
But it looked like you're getting a good boat ride, despite the boats handling it.
I have a great boat, so it's got a great boat ride, but with the 159, I think we can turn a faster lap, so we'll wait it out, and we'll see what we can do. We'll see what our data says, and we'll go from there.
Great boat, and the driver's not half bad either.
I'm trying to be. I'm trying. I'm doing my best, but I'm having fun.
That's the number one thing. Corey, thanks very much, bud.
Thank you.
All right, Corey Peabody.
Special thanks on our broadcast to Washington Hardware, helping homeowners with expert advice and personal service. Washington Hardware, downtown Kennewick, open weekdays 8:30 in the morning until 1 p.m. Also, Umatilla Fair, it's coming up Wednesday, August 9th through Saturday, August 12th. Fantastic entertainment on the main stage, thanks to Wild Horse Resort and Casino. And don't miss out on the action of the Farm City Pro Rodeo. It's all part of the Umatilla County Fair. So fastest qualifier, 159.280 for the 9 with Corey Peabody. We'll have to wait for the tech inspection. Brad, he also mentioned something that they want to download the data themselves and take a look at the different functions of the boat to see where adjustments can be made, where you can gain some ground.
Yeah, there was a great comment. You picked up on it very, very well. When the boat goes through tech inspection, H1 Unlimited looks at a couple of parameters. When we go racing, they'll look at the 80 miles an hour, but they are looking at 2 parameters. But the teams will want to get into that data as well, and they want to look at some other stuff. J. Michael Kelly away from the dock in the Beacon Electric.
And this is a boat that is owned by Daryl and Vanessa Strong right here in Tri-Cities, Washington.
It's amazing what this strong racing team has been able to accomplish in such short time.
Absolutely. Even though the primary sponsor obviously is Beacon Electric, home port is in Auburn. Your owners are the Strongs right here in Tri-City.
You know, the Strongs are really nice people, too. A couple years ago, I went and was just walking around the pits, and I spent probably 2 hours talking to the family. And they're very approachable, very fun people. So if you're around there, go ahead and talk to Strong Racing. You'll have a great time.
Hey, it's important to note that J. Michael got some insider trader information from Corey, telling him exactly how the course was running.
Yeah, he really did. And if you notice the way he came out of the pit area, we were joking here in the dock. We thought he was going to go underneath the blue bridge. He went way down toward the bridge. He did everything possible to stay out of this lower corner and let the water lay down.
And it's rough water out there.
Everybody's complaining about it. You heard Corey talk about it as well. When Corey and I were done, he walked up the dock, crawled on the U8, and leaned in the cockpit with his teammate, J. Michael Kelly. And as you were saying, I'm sure he gave him the inside scoop. Well, here comes Mike. He is on the clock, lap number 1 of 3. J. Michael Kelly.
Into all doors, turn number 1, Tire Factory, turn number 2.
Hopping a little bit, but looks really strong as he comes through, holding a lot of speed.
Also thought it was interesting that Corey Peabody was describing the side rollers, which is a little bit different coming off the side of the shore.
Yeah, usually we have that conversation in Seattle with the waves coming back onto the race course after bouncing off the log boom. But we've got shoreline here on both sides of the river, and so you don't normally have that type of a discussion. But yeah, he definitely brought that up. I caught that as well, and it's a good catch, Mike.
Bright red boat, white lettering. Here comes J. Michael Kelly in the 8. Beacon Electric across the Mosteller start-finish line and down the front stretch to All Doors Incorporated, turn number 1.
Here comes Mike down here. We've been watching this boat ride across the country in Guntersville and Madison, Indiana, and when it is right, it is a boat ride like you will not see in any. You will pick up the left side and the right side of that boat, and it'll basically just hang out of the water. And this hull has always done that. It was the same way when Jean Theoret drove it back in the day and was turning laps north of $160. The boat would just pick up the right side first, and then it would start to dance on the left side, and it looked like if you would blow a little bit of air under it, it would go over. It's just an impeccable boat ride. Keep an eye on J. Mike. If anybody can squeeze a couple extra miles per hour out of a boat, it is J. Michael Kelly.
And he's doing it 157.411 on the lap for J. Michael Kelly.
Cross start finish for lap number 2, and we'll have that speed for you shortly here on 610 KONA and 610KONA.com as he heads back into the bottom end of the course, Blue Bridge side, and over to Tire Factory turn number 2.
Looking really good. Not hopping so much, holding a lot of speed. I'm not sure if this is faster than his last run. I would say the last run looked a little faster, but still looks really good.
We're going to have to call you a liar, AJ. You're off by, well, basically 1/100th of a miles an hour. 157.543, lap number 2, as compared to 157.411, lap number 1. Just a shade faster.
Must have been the 4th corner.
That's it.
Back to Buffalo Brothers, turn number 4. Scooting right by the exit pin onto the front stretch.
This is a guy that won his first H1 Unlimited hydroplane race in 2009. So 14 years and still doing very well.
And he won it in Doha, Qatar.
You are correct, sir.
I wrote the sheets. What did we get? We had a 157 on that one. So
157.543.
And do we have the last one?
158.623.
1586.
Solid second place on the ladder.
All right, this next one will be interesting as the crew is aboard the U11 Legend Yacht Transport presented by the Trust Company. National high points leader by a lousy point.
Jamie Nielsen.
It's a lousy point only when you're in second place. If you're the leader, it's a great point. Even Super Bowl, basketball, doesn't make any difference. Only takes one.
So back out onto the course. We don't. When's the 11 going to push off, guys?
Pardon me?
Is the 11 ready to push out?
The 11 is ready to push out, but now this is interesting.
Yeah.
Because they're just standing here on the boat, and I know darn well what's going on.
All right, well, we will step aside for a moment. Need to catch up over at the 610 KONA studios, so we'll take a timeout. More of our coverage is coming up on 610 KONA and 610KONA.com as qualifying continues on the Columbia River course. Our coverage thanks to Sun Pacific Energy and our Shell Sun Market stations on 610 KONA and 610KONA.com.
Audio check 1 2 3. Audio check 1 2 3.
The Crow's Nest broadcast suite, thanks to Clover Island Inn. Jamie Nielsen is out on the course in Tire Factory turn number 2. First hot lap, and he did lose some speed at the exit pin at turn 2, AJ.
Yeah, he looks good, but everyone is really having problems with this corner. Now, it's not really the wind, so is it the current that's causing the issue? Because they're definitely slowing down a lot on this corner.
We have official word that the U12 and the U3 both have passed inspections, so those qualifying speeds are legit and they are officially on the ladder.
Our top qualifier so far at 1:58.277. And across the start-finish line now is the 11, Jamie Nielsen, Trust Company, and Legends Yacht Transport.
Really great corner. A lot of speed coming around turn 2. This should be a good lap for him.
First lap, 155.084 miles per hour. Up the backstretch, the Griggs Ace Hardware backstretch, heading to White's Finished Furniture and Hardwoods, turn number 3. Jody's out in a boat somewhere. Boy, that's a good looking turn. Top end of the course with a wall of water off the skid pin to the exit pin. Jamie's holding it close at the exit pin at Buffalo Brothers turn number 4 onto the front stretch for lap number 2. 3 hot laps to get that best qualifying time. Cross start finish line now. The other thing I want to know is what were they working on? What was the delay in getting him away from the dock? We'll be able to find that out when they get back to the Neil F. Lamson pits.
Meanwhile, here comes Jamie Nielsen. I tell you what, you should see the brain trust down here from the U11 team. They are all huddled around the one person on the dock that's got the radio so they can get the speeds. They got that 155, and he is already gone. Sorry, AJ, he didn't spend much time in your neighborhood.
No, he was in and out, looking really solid today. The U11 has got a lot of speed.
Lap 2, 155.798, a shade faster than the first lap.
Qualifying's great, but you want to have a good race setup too. 100 points to the best qualifier, 80 for second. Those are big. Every point's big. Cross start finish and down the front stretch, completing the 3 hot laps on the qualifying.
A 157.114. So that hops him up to number 3 on the ladder. See, this guy's a heck of an athlete. Did you know he was a NCAA Division II All-American in baseball at Central in Ellensburg? Got signed by the Kansas City Royals after college. Played 1 year of professional ball. So the guy's obviously got some athletic prowess, and he's showing it there behind the wheel of an H1 unlimited hydroplane.
Making the looping turn back up to the Neil F. Lamson pits and our American Radiator pit reporters.
He navigated the stretch between turns 1 and 2 and then coming out of turn 2 better than I had seen anybody else do it all day. Would you agree with that, AJ?
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. But maybe I'm partial to that boat because I happen to be a fan of the colors blue and green, so.
There you go.
Guys, everybody was very pleased down here with the 157. It's steps in the right direction, and if you were here during the test session, they were very excited when they got north of 155, and that was a big milestone. Now they've crossed the 157 threshold, and Jamie Nielsen and the U11 finding its way back to the dock. But it's a happy race team here. And it's the only race team that is coming back to the dock right now. It's quiet. I look up toward the other end. Yeah, we don't have anybody in the water just yet, but we're just after 2 o'clock, so we've still got the better part of an hour to get somebody back out here on the water again. And I fully expect we're going to see some boats out, not the least of which is the U91, the Goodman Real Estate, after having a time not recorded. As soon as you find out whether or not the 8, or you said the 8 cleared, was that correct? The Beacon Electric cleared tech inspection?
The U9 has cleared.
Okay.
That's what we know for sure.
Okay. That's right. The 9 went before the 8. I'm still working. I'm working on colors right now. I thought I had numbers in the rearview mirror, but apparently I got to go back and work on that a little bit. So Jamie's back to the dock here in the beautiful Legend Yacht Transport, the U11, presented by the Trust Company here in Pasco. Shannon, a 157. You happy with that? I heard you give a little shout.
We're really happy. He went a little bit faster each time he was out there. The Legend Yacht Transport presented by the Trust Company boat did a great job. The crew did a great job getting it ready to go out for his qualifying. And now we'll get Jamie out of the boat, get his reaction to how his ride went, and we'll see if we're going to run again in this qualifying session.
I was just going to say Jamie did a pretty good job, too.
We're really proud of Jamie. He is just amazing. He's an amazing driver, an amazing person, an amazing family man. We're really happy. Really happy. He did a great job.
Sounds like the long-term plan is to hang on to this guy.
Well, I'd really like to hang on to this guy. I keep telling the other owners, stay away from my driver.
Stay away from my driver. All right, we'll catch a word with him right here. He's taking off the gloves here. Shannon, go ahead and grab him and talk to him first. We'll let Shannon have a word with him first off. She's getting the gloves, and she's got to hand him the obligatory bottle of water. The hard hat comes off. I'm assuming you're seeing this on the monitor. Is that right, Michael McDonald?
Yeah, we can see you up there.
All right, so I'm giving a little play-by-play. Then you just saw him turn around. Look at that. He didn't run away from me. He came toward me, Mike.
No, and he's thirsty.
He is thirsty. Go ahead and take a long pull off of that, and I'll come up with a real long question like $157. Everybody was pretty happy. I assume you are as well.
Yeah, for sure. I think if you had to pick a starting point for today and this weekend, I think 157 is not too shabby. So, yeah, we're really happy. This U11 team's been working so hard in the shop the last 3 weeks since Madison to try to get this thing faster, and I think we're seeing it is a little bit faster.
Well, the last time you were here in the tech session in early June, everybody was celebrating the 155. Now you've crossed the 157.
Yeah, how about that? So that's a testament to this team, testament to our sponsors, Legend Yacht Transport, Trust Company coming on board this weekend. It's just it's a whole team effort, and hard work does pay off.
It does, and I can't keep track of everybody's qualifying speed because everybody is so darn close together. Competition this year is amazing.
Oh, I know it. So I know that's what makes it exciting for the fans. There's sometimes I wish I could just be on the beach and watch the race, and it's going to be so good out there. But yeah, exciting for sure, and I hope everyone's looking forward to it.
We are looking forward to it. Go download the data. We'll see if you make another run, and if you do, kick it up a little higher.
All right, appreciate it.
All right, Jamie Nielsen, driver of the Legend Yacht Transport, presented by the Trust Company here in Pasco. Thank you, Shannon Rainey.
Thank you, Brad. Appreciate it.
There you go. Boat owner Shannon Rainey with husband Scott, who just made his way down here. Scott is never here when the boat runs because he's always up on the corral talking to his driver out on the water. It's quiet here for right now, so if you've got a bill to pay, Mike, maybe this is a good time to do it.
I agree, and I do want to shout out, we've heard from Lee Byerly through our Facebook page, and if you want to contact us, you can do it a number of ways. You can download the 610 KONA mobile app on your smartphone and listen through the app and app chat with us. But Lee is mentioning that listening to the Columbia Cup on 610 KONA online and H1 Unlimited from Race City, USA in North Carolina. Thanks for listening all the way across the country to our coverage here. Thanks to our Shell Sun Market stores, Golf Universe, and Firehouse Subs.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but we had a gentleman on from North South Carolina. Now we've got North Carolina proper being represented.
No, it was Master Sergeant Jonathan Whelan from North Myrtle Beach, South Carolina.
Yeah, it was this North Myrtle Beach, South Carolina.
Right.
Now the other Carolina. So I just remember the old TV commercial. You just better watch your step in this part of North Carolina.
Okay, so I got to at least take a shot at trying to top this a little bit, okay?
Oh,
so
no.
We'll leave names out of the whole thing, but I am aware of a couple down in Jacksonville, Florida, who together gave birth to a young boy this morning, and they are listening to us. So we've got them down in Jacksonville, and the new baby, Joseph Bradley, is doing well.
Right on. Fantastic.
How about that? I'm a grandpa the second time through.
Great news.
Congratulations, sir.
Got that this morning about 7:30.
That is really neat.
Yeah.
our American Radiator pit reporters. Now I need a tissue.
Now I don't think we can up that one, Brad.
No, it's just dust in your eye, Mike.
Special thanks to American Radiator, your diesel soot specialist. Free pickup and delivery available throughout much of the great inland Northwest. Well, they service Spokane, Wenatchee, Yakima, all the way down to LeGrand. Big area they cover. And if you've got a commercial application for radiator cooling system, there's so many different types. It's amazing what they can do for condensers and radiators. It is American Radiator, and you'll find them online at AmericanRadiator.com. Take a time out. We'll have more of our coverage of the Columbia Cup and STCU Over the River Air Show coming up on 610 KONA and 610KONA.com.
His name is Ken Maurer, and let's go to that interview right now.
Unlike auto racing and many other professional sports endeavors where promoters put on the show, Thunderboat racing is a bit different. It's a community event, and the man who brought the Thunderboats to the Tri-Cities area 18 years ago is Ken Maurer. And Ken, it's come a long way.
Yes, and it's been an interesting 18 years. We found that the Unlimiteds have really become a part of our community, and we've got quite a diverse community because we have 3 different cities to work with, Pasco, Kennewick, and Richland. So we have 3 cities to coordinate. We have service clubs from 3 different cities that help us, but it's been a challenge, but it's worked out very, very well.
When you talk about that, you mentioned the word help. A lot of volunteer help goes into putting on one of these events.
Yes, we probably have 2,000 or more people working out there the day, and they are basically all volunteers. They come from service clubs who assist us. They come from various other segments of the community, but it's a community, really a community affair.
When you talk about that, you talk about why does all these people put their time into something like this? I read in the paper here, economic impact, national attention, just what makes people keep coming out to volunteer to help.
Well, when we started the boat racing about 18 years ago, we did it to give the local people something to do and to gain us national publicity on our water and sun resources. And as a fringe benefit to the economic impact, we figured that it means about $2 million each year to the Tri-Cities, Pasco, Kennewick, and Richland.
Well, you know, next year the coveted Gold Cup comes to the Tri-Cities area once again, and you can rest assured that once again it will be certainly a community event.
That was Ken Maurer, who heads up this organization in Tri-Cities that put on such a fine unlimited hydroplane race. Atlas Van Lines with Chip Hanauer will be in the final, as will be Miss Budweiser with Jim Cropfield. Jack Schaefer will be driving America Speedy Printing. The Square Shop with Earl Hall. Frank Kenny Toyota, driven by Ron Snyder. The Executone with George Johnson. And the alternate would be the Tempest with Scott Pierce. Back here in the Columbia River, the 1 minute gun is about to fire. I'm Jim Hendrick along with Sam Cole. And there is the 1 minute gun. We are about to start this race as they come down towards corner number 3 for the lineup of the finalists here, Sam.
We've got the Atlas Van Lines, the U1, blue and white, driven by Chip Hanauer from Seattle, Washington. The U12, the Miss Budweiser and Jim Cropfeld out of Cincinnati, Ohio. The U7, American Speedy Printing and Jack Schaefer Jr. from Irvine, California. The U2, the Squire Shop and Earl Hall from Hampton, Virginia. The U8, the Executone and George Johnson. And not there at the start will be the Frank Kenny Toyota and Ron Snyder, who returned to the pits with engine difficulties.
And the alternate, the Tempest, came out, and the Tempest has now gone back to the pits. We're going to have a 5-boat final as the American Speedy Printing leads them up to corner number 3. The Budweiser looks like about lane 2, Atlas Van Lines lane 3. Then Squire in the 4th slot, and the Executone on the far outside. As they come up that way, that's the Tempest, which is just about having some problems. It's going to head back to the pits. And here they come now. There is Jack Schaefer Jr. on the inside. He's just about 4 seconds away from the start. He'll be right on the money, and Atlas will be on his tail. And up in the middle of the spray between those two boats, you can't see him, is the Budweiser as they go down towards corner number 1, Sam.
It's 1, 2, 3. Jack Schaefer on the inside of the American Speedy Printing boat. Outside, Chip Hanauer on the Atlas Van Lines. And in that middle there, Jim Cropfeld, the Miss Budweiser. As they come out of there, it's Schaefer in the American Speedy on the inside. Chip Hanauer's put the Atlas Van Lines on top by about a boat length, Jim.
And the Budweiser spun out. The Budweiser spun out and is down in the water very slowly. The Atlas Van Lines is taking the lead now and opened up about a 5-boat length lead over the American Speedy Printing. Little light on the front end, and there's the difference. The boat on your left is the Atlas Van Lines with Chip Hanauer. The boat on your right, about now 9 boat lengths back, the American Speedy Printing with Jack Schaefer Jr. And the Budweiser, as I look down, is going to pick up a lap now, or rather pick up a buoy, and he'll start way late now. He has to pick up that buoy by the rules.
And as he comes out of that turn, Chip Hanauer's got about a 4-second lead over Jack Schaefer Jr. We've lost the Squire Shop. Earl Hall on the deck of Bob Stiles' boat. Lost an engine there. Looks like he's going to settle in there for 5th place. But right now, Chip Hanauer, the Atlas Van Lines, the defending national champion, out in front, but he's slowing down, Jim. Something's wrong in the compartment. You see the boat hitting the water. That means he's losing speed. It's not flying like it should. Schaefer's closing ground in the American Speedy boat. Hanauer into that turn. Here comes Schaefer, Jim Hendrick.
All right, it's going to be on the inside, the Atlas Van Lines, and just about corner number 2 now. He's really plowing that front end. You can see the water coming up over the sponsons, and it'll be a wounded deer time for the American Speedy Printing. Let's see if Jack Schaefer, yes sir, here comes Jack Schaefer Jr. in the American Speedy Printing, and he's on his way to the bank if he can maintain down that back chute in smooth water.
39-year-old Jack Schaefer Jr. from Irvine, California, and RV Bob Taylor's American Speedy Printing Special. Heading up that backstretch here, it's the 3rd race for this team. 3rd place in Madison, Indiana. 2nd place in the Gold Cup race. And on their way to a 1st place finish here in the Columbia Cup, Schaefer brings it through the turn and heads it down. The Miss Budweiser is going. Schaefer's got about a half a lap lead right now, but here comes Jack Schaefer in the lead in the American Speedy Printing Special.
Right now, he wants to keep it all together in the engine housing. He knows he's past the Atlas Van Lines. Right now, Jack Schaefer's probably thinking, where's the Budweiser? I'll tell you where the Budweiser is. About 28 seconds back now, just coming in. There's your number 2 boat, Jim Cropfeld and the Budweiser. In the corner number 3, as Jack Schaefer now has about the length, I should say, of front straightaway lead.
There's Chip Hanauer disabled the Atlas. Here comes Cropfeld around on the outside. Oh, Jim, what a story this would be. Jack Schaefer, a brand new driver's suit today with the Texas flag on one sleeve, the American flag on the other sleeve. Lap 2 here, his speed 112.324 miles an hour. Schaefer heading up that backstretch en route to what could be his first win as an unlimited driver, and a very dejected Chip Hanauer and the Atlas Van Lines going very, very slowly down the straightaway here. Something wrong in the engine compartment here today.
And he'll have to pull the infield. That's exactly what he's going to do. Get no points. That'll put the Budweiser, if he maintains 2nd place, at least 369 points ahead of the Atlas Van Lines in national rankings. And if he can manage to catch this boat, the lead boat, the American Speedy Printing, with Jack Schaefer, he can pick up another 100 points and win this.
Schaefer looking over his shoulder. Where's Jim Cropfield? Where's everybody else? He looks up here. His speed on lap 3, 111.628. He's dropped off a bit. Let's see what Cropfield does. Schaefer, you know, driving this one, he drove it when it was brand new 3 years ago. Has the Miss Price Tri-Cities. Then it was the Miss Thousand Trail. Here's Jim Cropfeld and the Miss Budweiser. Schaefer back here on a course that he always called his home when he drove for Kenny Thompson here.
Okay, it's about a half a lap lead for the American Speedy Prix over the Budweiser. And we have a lap and a half to go in this race's history. Jack Schaefer is looking over his left shoulder. He knows where the Budweiser is now. And here's our Executone riding in third place.
That's right. That time, Jim Cropfeld picked up 6.5 seconds on Schaefer. Cropfeld speed 122.241. Schaefer 111.6. He could be saving equipment. He knows nobody's going to push him right now. Let's see what he does. He sets it up, cranks it around the apex in turn 3, and he's going to bring it down here to complete lap number 4, and that's when the green flag drops.
It's going to be one more lap to go as the green flag is out for the American Speedy Printing Team, owned by RB Bob Taylor out of Houston, Texas. And he gives a signal. He knows it's one more lap to go. And now it's only about 11-second different as the Budweiser has 11-second deficit to make up with one more lap to go. And I don't think he's going to be able to do it if the American Speedy Printing keeps it together in the engine housing.
Anything can happen in boat racing. Cropfeld clipped another 5 seconds off that lead there. 121.212. Schaefer 112.150. Schaefer going up the backstretch to come around for the checkered flag, which would be his first win. RB Bob Taylor's first win, and here's George Johnson, the Executone,
and he gets the green flag
boat right now.
And he gets the green flag with one more lap to go as the Squire Shop and the Tempest are out, and also the Atlas Van Lines, and now less than a half a lap to go for the American Speedy Printing Team, owned by RB Bob Taylor from Houston, Texas. Born out of Houston, Texas, the driver, Jack Schaefer Jr., now residing, selling airplanes down in Southern California. And as he comes off the apex of corners number 3 and 4, the checker flag is waiting for the first time in Jack Schaefer Jr.'s career, and the first time for RB Bob Taylor, this team's win. They're coming down to take the checker flag, and it's all over. The winner of this race here in Tri-Cities is Jack Schaefer Jr. and the American Speedy Printing Team.
And second place will go to Jim Cropfeld and Bernie Little's Miss Budweiser, the Executone and George Johnson in third, and the Atlas Van Lines and Chip Hanauer fourth. Earl Hall and Esquire Shop take fifth.
We'll have the happy winning driver in the winner's circle after this timeout. A very happy crew here in the winner's circle, and for the first time in his history of unlimited driving, Jack Schaefer Jr. from Southern California takes the checker flag first, and that has to be a big thrill, Jack.
It is a big thrill, Jim. You know, the team's 49 days old. Bob Taylor says they do it big in Texas, but they also do it better. I'm just real happy for the whole team, for Bob, myself. I don't know what to say.
You were on that number 1 lane, which is kind of a strange position for you, but I guess you thought you could make it to the pin first. You did. When did you know that you didn't have the competition from Atlas and from Budweiser?
I really didn't know until after I'd passed the Atlas again. I took the inside lane on purpose, and I got down, and I couldn't find the Budweiser for a couple of laps. Then I saw him about half a lap back, and I just shut the power down and just kept an eye on him.
You started to close that gap fast. Were you keeping an eye on him?
I was keeping an eye on him because I just measured it out. If I had to, I'd use a little nitrous and get away from him, but I felt pretty good about it.
Well, Sam Cole, RB Bob Taylor, an owner for the first time in unlimited hydroplane racing, and his team, 49 days old, goes from third to second, now to first.
RB Bob has got to feel good.
It's great, Sam. Like I say, I've wanted this ever since the start. Third, second, now the first.
You know, back in the early 60s, Bill Wagner and the Maverick team, a famous team from Texas in our sport, another one on the horizon, huh?
That's exactly right. We could have done without the crew, Jerry Styles, and of course, Jack run a smart race, and that's what it takes.
One thing I'll ask your driver real quick. I understand, Jack, that this same engine has worked for you in every race you've run. Are you going to keep it for the next race?
I don't know what to do. It's working great. We've got about 10 heats on it. It was the only one together when we got it, and we're calling it Old Nag.
Well, actually, it's the engine, the crew, the driver, the owner, the complete team that makes the victory. And today, the American Speedy Printing, owned by RB Bob Taylor and Jack Schaefer Jr., the driver, victorious here in Tri-Cities, Washington at the Columbia Cup. On behalf of Sam Cole and myself, until the next time we get together on ESPN, so long.
They're looking at all the data, and Jamie Nielsen, they're having a discussion about the N2 that they got. Maybe they knew it was coming. maybe it was no surprise because of the way they set the boat up to go out and run, and they just wanted to see what would happen if they did this. And now they got the answer to that. Now they will straighten it out and come out and run one legal. You're going to hear a boat in the background. That is the U1 Miss Home Street, Dylan Runne.
Our tech reports on 610 KONA, brought to you by All City Transmission, giving you fair, honest, and reliable service that puts your mind at ease. Visit them at allcitytrans.com. So the home street is away and headed over to Tire Factory turn number 2.
Yeah, he's just started now. Coming off, looking good. You know, it'll be interesting to see how he, because there's been nobody on the water for a while, and he was having trouble bouncing a lot earlier. So I'm guessing he's going to really enjoy having this nice, smooth ride and not have to worry about the waves as he comes back around.
Well, it doesn't take long for the wake to get back and forth and create those side rollers that we've been hearing about. Also, there's just a little bit of a breeze, not a whole lot. In fact, if you look at the Blue Bridge, the flag's not moving at all, AJ.
No, it's honestly just like it was early this morning when we first got here. Just a real slight, very slight breeze.
So maybe the winds have laid down a little bit. Not that they were that moving that much earlier, but even less so now.
And Dylan Runne belongs in this H1 Unlimited field. He's an 11-time inboard national champion. He's just 29 years old. His time has arrived on this, the super speedway of the circuit.
Yeah, boy, he's down here in absolutely beautiful water conditions. AJ, right in front of you, in and out of the corner. Watch him get off this, the slowest part of the race course. This is where you can really make up some time, and he is gone.
Yeah, great corner, really tight. Wasn't really a lot of bouncing, but not sticking to the water. Really seems like he's got a lot of speed coming down. It looks like it's going to be a great run.
Heading up the Griggs backstretch to White's Finish Furniture turn number 3. Dylan Runne, the 1, the home street, into Buffalo Brothers turn number 4. Slides a little bit out, still holding on to lane number 1, but maybe not the tightest turn that Dylan wanted to make. Across the Mosteller start-finish line now and headed down the front stretch back to All Doors Incorporated turn number 1, and he's got his foot hard into the throttle.
AJ, why don't you bring him through the corner? You can see him from entrance right now.
He is looking great. Hit that corner tight.
New top qualifier, 1:59.546.
Yeah, that's quick. Really, really quick. That looks great. Coming around the corner, he looks spectacular.
Up the Griggs backstretch again. New top qualifier. 1:59.546 miles per hour. Lap number 1 for Dylan Runne in the 1, the home street. Into White's Finish Furniture turn number 1. Turn number 3. Buffalo Brothers turn number 4. He's your number 1 qualifier. Can he eclipse his own top speed in lap number 2?
Between qualifiers 1 and 5, there's 3.5 miles an hour of separation between these boats. This is boat racing, kids.
Yeah, you can throw a blanket over that field. Into All Doors, turn number 1.
Yeah, boy, he is here. When he bursts into view down here, the boat is just so solid on the water.
Brad.
Yes.
161.646.
It was a matter of time until we saw that get eclipsed. 161 point what?
646.
646, sniffing 162. Well, we know this boat can do it. We saw it in the test session. Just a matter of getting the right combination out here for these water conditions. Temperature, everything got to all look in the same direction.
So jumping the gun here on the second wave turned out to be an advantageous move, and it looks like he's still cooking with gas around the corner for lap number 3.
Off the exit pin, Buffalo Brothers turn number 4 onto the front stretch, and lap number 3 complete. We'll get that final lap speed in just a moment, but he was able to show a couple miles an hour improvement between lap 1 and lap number 2. Can he do it again? Dylan Runne in the 1, home street.
Just shy. 161.287 for lap number 3. Lap number 2 was the fastest, the quickest at 161.6.
Has to pass inspection.
Yes, sir.
Unofficial, but that's impressive. That's impressive. I'll make sure we get a word with the young man when he steps out. You know, we were talking about, Craig was talking about how smart we're getting down here in the dock, standing in the shade and all that. I had to kind of rethink that because I came down here when the home street took away from the dock, and then I was talking to you guys a little bit about Dylan Runne and the home street, and you guys weren't listening to me or acknowledging me or anything. I realized I was talking into my bottle of water. Yeah. The bottle of water in the right hand, the mic was in the left. And
got to be smarter than the bottle.
Yeah. Well, when I talk like this, you can't hear me.
No, that doesn't work that way.
There was somebody standing up there by me. I looked
We're
at
going to
him.
have people check what's in that bottle.
Yeah, they are.
Why is my microphone so cold?
Yeah.
Stolich Naya, I think's going in there.
Oh, and this is only Friday.
How refreshing.
Oh, gosh. Yeah, I was talking into the water. Ah, well. All right, so Dylan Runne, he is... He's got this park thing figured out,
I
too.
could have stopped you from doing it, but I was enjoying watching it so much.
Thank you so much.
Just let you do it.
Nice run for Dylan Runne. Now coming away from the dock, the U40, the flavor pack. Dustin Eccles Dustin turned a 171 and change down in Guntersville. Now, we have to, you don't put an asterisk by it because that was it was a legitimate speed on a 2.5-mile race course, but the key to that was they had taken a very long race course, a 2.5-mile course, and they really scrunched it down, made it a lot shorter, and the corners were really, really wide. They were over 2,000 feet. In fact, they were 2,094 feet wide. That was the width of the race course, and the guys were going in the corner just barely turning the wheel, and away they were going. So they were able to keep their speed up the whole time, and we saw some really, really strong. Hey! Well, Mr. Runne, sir, that seems pretty good. We're north of $160 now.
Yeah, it feels a little bit better there, Brad.
You're in familiar territory.
Feel a little bit better about that one, that's for sure. So, yeah, back to kind of where we were this morning and where we were testing earlier the year. So, we know that's what this boat can do, and the team's given me such a great race boat here that can't thank the home street team enough and Miss Madison.
The guys were asking, and I was noticing too, you were the first boat to pop off the trailer here for the kind of unofficial second round of qualifying. Was part of it to get out here on the good water?
Yeah, I think Andrew and I had some challenges with the water earlier, and that kind of set the boats off, and we didn't get our best runs in, so we wanted to make sure we had a good opportunity to go fast and push the team. They busted their butts in between real quick to get the boat back on the water, and I think we were able to go do something a little better.
Well, you got a nice speed in the clubhouse, young man, so go get a bottle of water, and we will chat later.
Yeah. Thanks, guys.
Dylan Runne, first boat to crack the 160 mark out here. He's laid it down, and he'll head to the clubhouse. They'll check the scorecard translation. They will go through tech inspection. Meanwhile, is this lap number 1 for...
It is.
Okay. Lap 1 for Dustin Eccles.
Great turn at the top end of the course, coming at the exit pin of Buffalo Brothers, turn number 4 onto the front stretch. The flavor pack, farmer owned.
Only one of 4 drivers ever to officially post a 170 miles an hour or higher. Just one of 4 drivers to do that.
Yeah, they say the water's fast down there. Boy, they're right. That was a fast design of the race course, too.
Well, I love the wide turns. I mean, if you're barely touching the wheel going into a corner, you're not going to lose hardly any speed.
Heading over to Tire Factory, turn number 2.
The U40 looks good coming through. Bouncing a little bit, but holding a lot of speed. This is going to be a good run for him.
159.857. That's good for second on the ladder.
Let's see if he can unpack some more.
Yeah, everybody's been able to step it up on lap 2 or 3. This could be fun.
The flavor pack, bucket list racing, U40 with Dustin Eccles.
So now in the afternoon, all the racing times are a little faster. Is that because they're more comfortable to getting everything dialed in?
It's because they're going for points.
Okay.
Yeah, it is points, and they're dialing up their best run. Mike talked earlier about race setups versus qualifying setups, and they are not the same. And you set the boat up just to go, oh, he's picking up the right spots and with a lot of air underneath it. Dustin's really flying.
Lap number 2, 161.151. Into second place on the ladder, 161.1 on lap number 2.
Really stuck corner 2. That looks really good for the U40.
What was it? 161 point what?
161.151.
Up the Griggs backstretch. Can he improve? Can he eclipse Dylan Runne in the home street U1 into White's Finished Furniture, turn number 3? At the exit pin at Buffalo Brothers, turn number 4 onto the front stretch, the flavor pack. Dustin Eccles, Bucket List Racing. His final lap in his second qualifying run across the Mosteller start-finish line. Again, his fast lap was lap number 2 at 161.151 miles per hour. Did he do better in lap number 3?
I've got a bunch of people here listening. They're hanging
Still
on your every
waiting.
number, Michael.
161.284, just a shade better.
284. Where does that put him with Runne?
Number 2 on the ladder. He's 4 4/10 behind Runne.
4/10 of a mile an hour
Well,
behind
4/10.
Dylan Runne. So you're right there with him. Wow, congratulations. Oh, there's some happy folks down here on the dock, as you might imagine. I never had so many people listening to me in my life, guys. That was kind of fun.
Well,
usually they tell me to get out of the way, but I had a connection with you, Mike.
Credit the driver and the team.
Hey, Brad, it's only Friday.
I know. Oh, gosh. Good stuff.
It only gets funner as we go.
Man, I'm looking at this ladder, 161, 161, 159, 158. That is parity across the board. We're in for some spectacular racing this weekend.
Yeah, and then you've got Jimmy King, the next hot qualifier, right? And he only went out and ran 1 lap. He could have done better.
Right.
They didn't need to.
But he's at 156, and his son, Bobby, I'm running faster than you, Bobby. 155.335 for Bobby King.
Guys?
Yeah?
Corey Peabody just crawled aboard the 9, so you're not done yet. And
Here we
I can
go.
tell you, in Madison, we went down this same road, and Corey was not the top qualifier on the Ohio River, and he couldn't get it. And Dustin, as he gets out, give thumbs up, and you heard the cheers in the background. But in Madison, Indiana, Corey could not get the top qualifying spot with lap 1 or lap 2. He was the last boat out on the water, but lap 3, he finally got it. So it went right to the end, and I think we're going to have some drama here with our qualifying. This is a lot of fun. Dustin Eccles has got to be a happy guy. 161.2?
Yep, 161.284.
Brad,
284, yes.
How difficult is that after having a blowover on the race before? To have to rebuild the boat, do a bunch of stuff, and have a great day like this?
I can tell you, I can ask Dustin the question, but I can tell you what the answer, well, that's going to really put it out there for me if I then answer it wrong. But he's going to tell you that that's in the rearview mirror. These guys are racers. They don't think about last week. They don't think about next week. They have all the faith in the world in their crew. I asked Dustin earlier if he had any second thoughts in the back of his mind about the boat after all the work that had been done. He said no, but now he's standing here with a bottle of water. Cheers, my friend. That was pretty good.
Cheers. Yeah, that's a lot better. And we have a few ideas of what we need to keep doing to make this thing faster, but we're not too far off.
The guys were just asking me, and I was kind of answering the question for you, so make me look good here, okay? But they were saying, well, what's this like for Dustin? I mean, the last time he was out on the boat, he blew it over. Is that in the back of your mind?
No, it's really not. You know, at this level of racing, everyone's raced in a lot of different classes. We've all crashed a ton, and due to the safety stuff that goes into these things, we can keep racing the next day, get the boats fixed up, and they're pretty darn safe. So it's not my first crash. It probably won't be my last one.
As hard as this team worked to bring this boat back together and to get it here, and the brand new sponsor, I mean, you got so much going on right now. This has really got to be a boost for your team.
You know, seeing Flavor Pack come on board, it just added a jump start to everyone. We were pretty tired from working in the shop around the clock, and when these guys called and said, hey, we want to come out and support you, we want to make this thing go fast, we couldn't be happier. And now, looking forward, with these guys on board, there's no limit to what we can do, so it's pretty cool.
You know, one of these days, this 4-week adrenaline rush you're on is going to come to an end. You might sleep for a long time.
Yeah, Rena and Finley told me, they said, this winter we're going to go to Mexico for a while, and we're just going to take it easy and sit on a beach, no phones. So.
And have some adult beverages.
That's exactly it. Yeah, absolutely.
All right, well, you said you got more to give them. Save it for later in the weekend.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you very much.
All right. Dustin Eccles, a great guy, a great shoe, getting his opportunity to run in a full-size, really fast H1 Unlimited hydroplane, and he's making the most of it. The boat you hear in the background, Beacon Plumbing, the U9 at Corey Peabody.
Great job, Brad Luce, our American Radiator pit reporter. I thought you were going to interview him, Brad, with your bottle of water, though.
I thought about it. He had one, too. We could have just handed the mic to the crew member here, and we could have... Yeah, there we are. We got a little bit of that going. All right, so AJ, coming right to you is a boat that... Well, I've made this comment a couple of times so far this year. As long as this boat's been running on the water, nobody has solved the issue of beating Corey Peabody.
The U9.
He's a good one.
Yeah, it's been good all day long, and actually all season long. Unbelievable.
You know, guys, hang on a minute here. I'm going to try and go down. Taylor, if you got a sec, can we chat? We just got through talking to Dustin. This is Taylor Evans, crew chief on the U40, the Flavor Pack. What does this do to this team? As hard as you guys worked to put this thing back together, and then you double it right back with this brand new sponsor, and to come out and run like that, it's got to really energize this group.
Oh, it really does. It really does. You know, the team worked their butts off to try and get this thing turned around, and to have it come here and look as good as it does to support Flavor Pack and having them on board. I mean, this whole weekend has been awesome. This team works so well together, and we had that first run that was a little bit slow and not to our expectations, and to go out there and run again and run the way that we did. I know Dustin's happy. I know the owners are happy. I'm certainly happy, and I hope the crew's happy too.
Well, I think everybody is. I'll let you get with your team, but congratulations on everything you did. Keep it going, young man, because I know you're not happy till you get the W.
That's right. Well, thank you, Brad.
All right. It's going to come one of these days, too. They are going to get that W. All right, top end of the race course. Corey Peabody. I see a big wall of water off that left side skid fin coming down to put one in the books, Michael.
Boy, what a nice line on the inside track right next to the buoys. Exit pin. Buffalo Brothers turn 4 onto the front stretch and on to the Mosteller Memorial start finish line down the front stretch. Corey Peabody, the Beacon Plumbing, currently third in our qualifying ladder. Dylan Runne, the 1, Home Street, 161.646. Then you've got Dustin Eccles in the 40, Flavor Pack, 161.284.
And the U1 has cleared. The U1 has cleared.
Nice. So that was a legit run.
A legit 161.6 run.
That's big. That's big. He posted it in the clubhouse.
Peabody up the Griggs backstretch into White's Finished Furniture and Hardwood's turn number 3.
158.842, lap number 1 for the U9.
He's got a little bit of room there. He's still not eclipsed his previous qualifying run of 159.280. Cross start finish now. That was a solid run, but I don't know that he picked up any speed. Let's go down to AJ Tire Factory turn number 2 as Peabody in the Beacon Plumbing heads into All Doors Incorporated turn number 1. Looks like he scrubbed off some speed down there by you.
You know, the first couple laps, he definitely was bouncing a lot. This third lap seems a little quicker, so we'll see. Real nice and smooth through the corner. Nice line. The U9 looks really good right now on this third lap.
He gained a mile and a half an hour to 160.972. He's still third on the ladder, just shy of 161, 160.972.
Just wait for this one. This one's probably going to be better.
Into White's Finished Furniture turn number 3. Buffalo Brothers turn number 4 at the exit pin now onto the front stretch.
Good corner coming out of 4.
Peabody in the 9. Beacon Plumbing for Strong Racing across the Mosteller start-finish line. A little glint of color comes off of the metallic lettering for Beacon Plumbing on that boat.
Oh, goodness.
Boat.
Start freaking. Beacon Plumbing, number 1 on the ladder with a 162.191. That's tops, ladies and gentlemen.
I told you that was a good
Same
run.
thing they did in Madison. It took the last lap to get it done. 162.191. Thank you, Steve Compton.
Good eye, AJ.
Oh, how about that? Now they got to get it legal.
Yep, the all-important tech check.
He looks screaming down the front stretch. I'm telling you, and around that first corner 1 and 2, he was really moving.
So your lead qualifier as it stands prior to inspection with just 12 minutes remaining in the qualifying session is Corey Peabody in the 9 Beacon Plumbing 162.191.
Gentlemen, with 12 minutes minus and counting, how many legitimate runs do you expect? 2, maybe 3?
What do we got here? What are you talking about? We got 12 minutes left?
11 and a half.
Till 3 o'clock.
Yep. Right.
Oh, boy. Well, we got boats in the water. They got to let them go here.
Okay.
I've got the 91 is in the water. The 8 is in the water.
Where's the 11?
The 11's in the water. And they're starting to look at watches down here.
They could extend it, Brad.
Is that within is that within the ramifications? Can they do that?
No schedule is permanent at water follies.
I got you. Okay. I just wasn't sure if that was hard time because we've got like 11 minutes to go on this session on the clock, and I didn't know if that was a hard time or if it's flexi.
There's exceptions to everything.
They have just given basically a 5-minute warning to the U8. And J. Michael Kelly is down the dock by the 9. He is talking to Corey Peabody. They're doing a quick switch here. Now I'm in the way. Now I'm in trouble. Don't hit me with that thing. It's bigger than I am. You know what we're doing? We're doing a helmet swap here right now between J. Michael Kelly and Corey Peabody.
Is that a communication issue?
I would assume so.
So just swap out the helmet. I got you.
So
the communications in the helmet.
Mike is jogging up the dock right now.
Good thing their head is the same size.
Yeah, absolutely. Michael, check your monitor there.
Yep.
Corey Peabody. Now, all of a sudden, here you are back top of the ladder again. And we're just doing this Madison thing over again. And you wait till the last lap, some drama.
Well, you know, it was just finding the right line and listening to my radio guy on what we needed to do, and worked out real well. Beacon Plumbing, damn good boat. Happy for our guys, and hopefully we can get this 8 boat up there too. I'm super excited for Mike. We had to do a helmet change right there. Having some radio issues in there, and we got to figure this out. We've done everything on that boat, every harness, everything, and the only thing we haven't done is switch helmets. So put him in my helmet and see what it does.
Maybe it's the helmet. Anyway, congratulations. You're sitting on top of the ladder right now. We're not done yet. Who knows? This is a competitive field.
There's a lot of fast boats here. I'm really happy that the Tri-Cities is going to get to see this. I mean, these next 2 days are going to be crazy with these boats. So I hope everybody's coming down. Come enjoy the races. Come see us and say hi.
You don't want to miss this, Corey Peabody. Thanks, bud.
All right, thanks, Brad.
You bet, Corey Peabody. He said it. You don't want to miss this, fans. If you can hear this and you're within driving distance of the Tri-Cities, you do not want to miss this. I'm on part of this writers panel on the H1 Unlimited website, and they ask us questions, and we have to answer them. And the last question they asked the writers panel was, who do you think is going to hoist the trophy at the 2023 Columbia Cup? And I really didn't want to answer that because I didn't want to have to name somebody, and I wasn't going to answer it. And then just as I was about to hit send on the email, I thought, wait a minute. I said, I don't know who's going to hoist the cup, but I know who the big winner is going to be. It's going to be the fans, because this is going to be a show, guys. J. Michael Kelly's got the lid down. They haven't yet thrown the line off. There is an official still standing on a boat. They will cut him loose momentarily.
Brad?
Yes?
With the first heat of H1 Unlimited action tomorrow with Par Lumber, H1 Unlimited Heat 1A and Heat 1B at 4 and 4:30 p.m. People could drive here from, like, you know, Colorado and get here in time.
And if that happens, come by and say hello. We'll talk to that person
Exactly.
from Colorado.
Mike, I don't think they'll be obeying all posted speed limits. My calculations
That's a long
are correct.
time.
Yeah.
It's like 24 hours. Come on.
Here comes Mike.
You could even stop and take a nap.
Let's wind it up and go, yo.
Beacon Electric.
7:45 and counting left in this qualifying session. Of course, that's flexible.
Yeah, Mike's going to do the same thing here. He's going to head back down toward the bridge. I think he's just trying to stay out of that lower corner. Nobody's come away with this line previously. So he goes over way by the blue bridge.
Right.
Now AJ is going to make a hard left-hand turn, comes zipping by you, and Michael, you'll put him on a clock.
So how close can he get to the blue?
There's outer markers out there.
I mean, that was way out there.
It was way out there.
He doesn't want to deal with that wave at all. He's like, I want a smooth run.
He gave a thrill to some people up there on the bridge.
Hey, can we expect that kind of condition the entire weekend, or does it change day in and day out? They're not going to do any adjustment on the water level or anything, but this is the first year in many that I can remember that part of the course has been such an issue this year. Am I wrong?
Well, it's one of the most treacherous corners on the circuit. It always is. And the big part of the issue is the speed of the flow of the current. You go down here in this lower corner with a great big skid fin, and you drag a great big hole through this lower corner, and the wave off the left side of your boat starts to move upriver. But then the current holds it right there in the turn. And by the time 4, 5, 6 boats come down here and cut through it, and then you come through it 3 or 4 times, it becomes an ocean.
All Doors Incorporated, turn number 1. J. Michael Kelly, Beacon Electric, into Tire Factory, turn number 2. Lost a little bit of speed, right by AJ.
Yeah, he looks good, but you're right. He definitely lost some speed. He seems to be picking it back up again on the backstretch. But I'm not sure what happened. And like you said, this corner, it's been rough.
It's just the current.
I don't know, guys. Maybe it's just the hull, but J. Michael Kelly, he has a distinct style of driving. I don't think any other driver has the amount of air underneath both of his sponsons. J. Michael Kelly, by far, has had the highest riding on the water, and that's where you're really going to get your speed. But, of course, that's the inherent sense of danger when you're letting the air under the transom like that.
Yeah, you can see almost under the entire boat as he goes by.
He's moving.
Incredible.
He's moving.
Across the Mosteller Memorial start-finish line into All Doors Incorporated, turn number 1 with the blue bridge in the backdrop. Beautiful turn, holding on to lane number 1 into the apex, and now to Tire Factory, turn number 2.
Yeah, nice smooth corner. Really smooth, holding some good speed. I don't know if he's going to be as fast as the 160s, 162s that we've been seeing, but he looks good.
Lap number 1, 158.364. 158.364.
He's got some room to make up. The real question is, will the 11 have a chance to get back out? Doesn't look like it, does it, Brad?
Well, they're certainly ready. They are sitting here. So is the 91. Both boats are dockside. Both drivers are aboard.
On to the front stretch. J. Michael Kelly. Across the Mosteller Memorial start-finish line. Lap number 2 is complete. He will have one more with 4 minutes and counting remaining in this qualifying session on the clock.
Just a shade faster, 158.623 miles an hour.
Rooster Tail spraying way up, looking good. Still a tad slow, honestly. I don't know what it is about it, but on the straightaways, both on the front stretch and the back stretch, he seems kind of slow.
Right at the exit bin, the big yellow marker right by you, that's where they start to scruff off speed. Turning into the current. Back up to White's Finished Furniture and Hardwood's turn number 3. J. Michael Kelly, Beacon Electric, to the exit pin of Buffalo Brothers, turn number 4.
Good turn.
Really sweet turn at the top end of the course onto the front stretch. It's a solid ride for J. Michael Kelly in the Beacon Electric. And still waiting on the speed for lap number 3.
158.974.
So a little improvement each lap.
369 on tenths of a mile an hour. 158.3, 158.6, 158.9.
His teammate Corey Peabody in the 9, leading qualifying 162.191. I don't know that we heard about Tech yet for the 9.
We have not heard Tech yet for the 9. We have not.
But Runne in the 1, Home Street, did clear Tech at 161.646. Just under 3 minutes on the clock for the qualifying session.
And the 40 has cleared as well. So that's Austin Eccles in his ride. The U40 has cleared at 161.284, third on the ladder.
We got the 2 boats in the water down here, but the 11, I'm told, is up next. That's the Legend Yacht Transport presented by the Trust Company. They are apparently up next with the 91 just down the dock from me. And here comes Mike. He comes back. He's going to come back between boats. I'm going to assume we are going to throw the 11 out here post haste. Here comes referee Mark Mallory.
So out on the course now, or actually back to the dock, the Beacon Electric with J. Michael Kelly. The 91's on the water, but not moved out yet. See any motion down there, gang? Who's going to go out next?
The 11 should be next. That's what I'm told.
Minute 45 remaining on the qualifying clock until 3 p.m. Don't know how flexible they might be on extending that.
Here goes the lid on the 11. It is down. I don't know what you've got on your monitor, but they are pushing the nose away from the dock. And the
Excellent.
U11, Legend Yacht Transport, Jamie Nielsen. It's presented by the Trust Company. It's a beautiful boat. Chartreuse, royal blue with some red trim. Jamie Nielsen.
So Nielsen will head back out in the Legends Yacht Transport Trust Company 11. Trying to get it up on plane. Now we can see him coming out of the pits.
He too is taking a bit of an angle down toward the bridge. I tell you, they're trying to stay out of this lower corner.
Yeah, they want to keep it smooth.
He didn't go near as deep as Mike did.
Still pretty wide though.
Yeah, he went down quite a ways.
Here he comes. Boy, that's a pretty boat, isn't it?
It's a great color combination.
Looking really good. I mean, you know, he's setting up for his run, but it looks really good so far.
We have reached the top of the hour. 3 o'clock on the West Coast. Not sure how they're going to handle potential qualifying after this particular run.
610 KONA, Kennewick, Richland, Pasco.
I'm keeping an eye on the 91. There's been no movement down there. Crane is not moving. The boat is still in the water. Andrew Tate is aboard ship. They are just waiting as though they fully intend and expect to go out.
So Jamie Nielsen now back on the clock out of Gig Harbor, Washington. And the 11 into All Doors Incorporated, turn number 1 to the Apex and over to Tire Factory, turn number 2.
The U11 looks really, really good on this run. Quick through the back of the front stretch, quick through corners 1 and 2, held it nice and steady, and he looks good coming up the back stretch. This is going to be a good run for him.
Yeah, I guess the real question would be the adjustments to avoid the tech issue that led to their first run on qualification being thrown out.
Yeah, was that called a K2 violation?
N2.
N2 violation. Was this something too?
N as in not.
Gotcha.
Not good.
As in knucklehead.
That's K.
I know.
Wow. Here.
Oh,
Talk
now
to
he
the
makes
water.
me talk into the water. Oh, God.
Across the start-finish line, the 11. Jamie Nielsen. Heads to All Doors Incorporated, turn number 1.
And he looks good, but AJ's got the good view.
Yeah, look at that rooster. Nice tight corner. That was tight. Looking good.
153.557 in lap number 1.
And the time that they lost on the N2 was a $1:57, I believe. Is that right?
Checking 157.114.
Still got it. A little bit of a memory left.
He's digging that skid fin in, coming off 4.
Buffalo Brothers turn number 4 onto the front stretch, lap number 2. Jamie Nielsen across the start-finish line. Special thanks to our friends at All Doors Incorporated, automatic entry system specialist, repair, service, and installation. All Doors Incorporated, 547-2158 into All Doors, turn number 1.
I liked his run down the front straightaway better this time.
155.084 on lap number 1. We're still waiting for lap number 2. It was posted and then they took it away.
He was hopping a little bit through turn 2, but looks pretty good on the backstretch. Pretty quick. I'm not sure if he's in the 160s, but he's looking good.
Up the Griggs Ace Hardware backstretch.
154.009 lost. Actually came up just a little bit on that. 154.009.
Gain about a half mile an hour. Exit pin, turn number 4 onto the front stretch. Back onto the clock. Across the Mosteller Memorial start finish line now. Jamie Nielsen, Legends Yacht Transport and Trust Company U11. Final lap 156.220.
That's good for 5th on the ladder.
You know, I think they have to be happy with that. They were extremely happy with the 157.6, but unfortunately it got tossed out. So I think if they can make this stand at 156, I think they'd be pretty happy with that.
No question. Well, the real question, I guess, is going to be the tech inspection, right?
Right.
Yep. I can give you the answer to how they feel now as Shannon Rainey walks by. That was a pretty good sized grin, young lady.
Yeah, happy with that. He improved every time he was out again, just like last time. Really putting this Legend Yacht Transport presented by the Trust Company boat right out front there, and we're just experimenting, you know, trying to find that right combination for this race course and what speeds we can get and how we can get them. And there's a lot of strategy that goes into the behind the scenes of how these boats put their combinations together. So I think we're going to be happy with this when it comes in, and get ready for those heats tomorrow.
And you'll go sit in the motorhome and in the trailer, and the Brain Trust will figure out the next step.
Yeah, they put a lot of effort. We got a big group of guys who sit there and kind of discuss all the aspects of that run and what happened, and look at the data on the computer and kind of figure out what the best option is.
You know the best part about this whole thing? Oh, she's looking here. Oh, we're just watching here to make sure Jamie clears Andrew. Go ahead and go down and meet your driver.
Thank you, Brad.
I know you're having fun. We all are. Keep it going. It's nice to see you smiling.
I like smiling. This is a good day.
It's a good day. Shannon Rainey.
Well, it looks like the Goodman Real Estate's going to be our last qualifier, but the 91's held up to wait for the 11 to clear.
Again, you've got, let's hear it for our young camera crew that's down here, because that's exactly what it was. And when Shannon turned away from me, it's because they saw her boat coming back in, and the 91 was pointed right at it. And they were a little concerned that maybe Andrew didn't know, but he did. He had the word. He hasn't lit the 91 yet, and the 11 is back to the dock. Fast lap 156. Jamie is back, and now we will watch Andrew Tate. Now this will be interesting. Yep, now we've got a crew member back on the boat. They turned the nose out, but now a crew member has jumped back aboard, and now they've come off, and here comes the 91. The Goodman Real Estate is just about to be pushed away. I hear the click of the igniter. You're looking at the monitor there, guys, up on start finish. Tate Meyer with the handheld camera showing you a very good look at a beautiful U91. The Goodman Real Estate and Andrew Tate. And look where Andrew's going. I don't know if the camera angle you've got.
He's heading to the Clover Island Inn.
Well, he's headed down there. Jared Meyer's giving you a great look at it right now, and he's still headed toward the bridge. He's actually looks like he's headed right straight over to 610 KONA. Still going toward the bridge.
Well, we got some news. Corey Peabody's top qualifying run in the U9, that has been cleared. Tech 162.191 for Corey Peabody in the 9.
Strong. They were just talking to me in my ear. They said Corey's 162 has cleared tech inspection. Right now you're sitting on top of the ladder.
Feels good. Yeah, it does.
I'll bet it does. Do you like some of these lines out here to stay out of that corner?
You know, it's great racing. I mean, can you believe it? Ending qualifying like this?
It's outstanding. We got some great drama.
Why they're going towards the bridge and doing. Mike did it too, J. Michael Kelly, but he must keep the waves out of here or something.
I'm assuming, and this is the guy who spent no time behind the wheel of a race boat, but they've all been complaining about the water down here in this corner. I think they're running down here to stay out of that corner and leave it untouched by the time they come down.
You're right.
I was right? You think I'm right? Maybe too committal.
Maybe you're right.
Oh, Darrell's got to be happy. Here comes Andrew Tate. Remember, he had the rough run on all 3 laps last time. This one looks a whole lot better, AJ. It comes your way.
The U91 around the corner, nice and smooth, looking quick. This is much better than earlier, like you said. I'm sure he's got to be happy with this.
Well, remember, the aspect of the boat just looked like it was a little bit jumpy in that previous run. It doesn't look that way now.
It was interesting watching the wakes, too, when he started way over by the boat. Where the water wakes were when he came around the corner, and they weren't anywhere around there. So it's working, whatever they're doing, when they're going way wide on that first as they're coming into the track.
Tate very tight to the buoy line. Exit pin, Buffalo Brothers turn number 4 onto the front stretch. Final qualifier. Again, our top qualifier is Corey Peabody in the 9. Beacon Plumbing 162.191 mile per hour. Dylan Runne in the 1, Home Street 161.646. Then you've got Eccles in the 40, Flavor Pack 161.284. Lap 1 for Goodman Real Estate.
155.335 miles an hour.
Pretty solid corner coming through turn 2.
Yeah, boat looks good. It may be a good race setup, Brad, but it's not necessarily the best qualifying setup.
Well, it could very well be. That's it. You don't know what they're doing, and sometimes teams go out, and Miss Madison Racing Incorporated has been known to do it over the years. Jimmy Shane used to come back many times and say, yeah, we're qualifying with a race setup, so we feel real good about things. You never know what they're doing, and if you're thinking, wow, what do they do? Well, maybe they put less fuel in the boat to cut the weight down. There's an old saying in boat racing that you put your fast propeller on, and that's the one that's really, really thin. And as Nate Brown taught me once, thin is fast, but it won't last. You run the risk of breaking it and snapping it and doing all kinds of damage. So it's how far do you want to push the envelope? But right now, Andrew Tate looking good right in front.
He's looking really good. He's got to be happy about this run, especially after earlier today. He's looking smooth on the corners, quick as he comes out of it, and looking really good as he comes down the back stretch.
Lap 2 time 156.220, 156.2.
So gains nearly a mile per hour over lap number 1. Final lap out there in qualifying. The 91, Goodman Real Estate.
And that left sponson is coming around the corner.
Yep. To the exit pin, Buffalo Brothers turn number 4 onto the front stretch. And Peabody's 162.191 looks pretty safe right now. Good run for the Goodman Real Estate. Miss Madison Racing U91 with Andrew Tate, but it will not be enough. He did gain another mile per hour, 157.284.
Showing improvement on each lap, still not quite in the arena he needs to be to compete. But again, we're only talking about a few miles an hour between, top qualifier and all the way down. So
that may be more of a competition setup than a qualifying setup.
Exactly.
That's it. You just you don't know those things, and they're not going to tell you those things. But I think they have to be very happy with that. Andrew going very, very slow right now toward the Blue Bridge. I think he's actually dropping off plane and dropping down. He is. So Andrew Tate has gone dead in the water, and that ought to clog up the traffic on the bridge a little bit.
Yep, and we'll have to get the Thornworks tow rope out again.
I made the comment in Guntersville. I thought it appeared as though he had as much power as anybody, to include Corey Peabody. But during the preliminary heats down there, Corey was able to drive around him. And I made the comment to Jeff Ayler while we were standing there. I said, what Corey's got on Andrew from where I'm sitting seems to be boat ride. And it's that old adage, right? You can have all the power in the world, but if you don't have boat ride and can't use it, as Corey Peabody likes to say, you just have all the power in the world, and it doesn't do you any good. In his last preliminary heat, Andrew Tate's in Guntersville, he had an impeccable boat ride, and I had not seen the boat run that well the entire weekend down there, and I thought he was definitely going to be a player in that final heat. Unfortunately, he got a little water under the right sponson and sent it skyward, and that was the end of that. And we haven't seen the boat run since that time, and he got the boat refired, so he is coming back. I'm assuming if you guys look at the schedule here, we are going to have vintage hydroplanes on the water, because I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 sitting in the water right now. It's going to get loud and proud here.
Yep. David Williams and the crew from the Hydroplane and Raceboat Museum do a fantastic job. So many people come together, Brad, and you've been a part of the group for a long time.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. And if you have any inkling to get a part, to be a part of one of these race teams, I mean, there's guys, there's gals down here working, and they work hard together side by side. If you don't feel like you have a lot of talent, that's okay. They will find something for you to do, and you can be a part of restoring one of these boats, and then you can become part of the crew. And they have an awful lot of fun down here running the boats, and it's a great, great link to the past in this sport. I look up and down the row here. We've got the 1958 Miss Bardall right in front of me, and it's kind of fun to look on the side of the boat right behind the driver. It says, it's got the US 1 sticker there, the American Powerboat Association from 1958. That means they were the National High Points champion in 1958, and that's the first year the boat ran. This is one of the boats that was victorious in its first ever race, that being the 58 HAPO Cup. On Lake Chelan, here comes the 62 Notre Dame away from the dock. Kip Brown behind the wheel. You hear him popping and banging here a little bit.
And Brad, we're going to step aside for a second and send it back to the studios and come back with vintage coverage on 610 KONA. Thanks to Legends Casino and Hotel. We'll bring you the Legends next as part of the Columbia Cup and STCU Over the River Air Show coverage on 610 KONA and 610KONA.com. How you doing?
Loving.
Good.
Digging.
Good.
Enjoying.
We'll let him get scored up out there, and then we'll come back. And it'll be hard to hear. So hard. What, Kurt?
I think I like those boats, Mike.
What, Kurt? I swear I thought he was going to interview him with his water.
Yep. Broadcasting 101. Oops.
So...
turbine-powered hydroplane, and a lot of people have had a ride in that boat as Mark put outboard motors on it. But if you remember in 2004 here, the boat was turbine-powered, and I actually got a ride in the boat under glass with Mark Evans with turbine power, and that's a ride and a moment I'll never forget.
Our coverage on 610 KONA of the vintage boats, thanks to Legends Casino. August, the final month of the Legends Casino Hotel's summer celebration, but you still have time to claim a dream tropical vacation before the sun sets. Wonderful spot to be. Legends Casino Hotel in Toppenish. Great entertainment, too. Coming up on the 3rd.
Loving Lonesome George, 50th anniversary, he and the Destroyers. So tickets are still available for that particular get-together.
And the next day, Los Lonely Boys.
Exactly right. So I got a double dip there at Legends Casino Hotel, and it just makes perfect sense that they would sponsor these vintage hydroplanes here for the Columbia Cup 2023.
Ken Jeong will be there on October 13th.
Is that right?
Comedy show.
Nice.
Yeah.
Legends. They just keep stepping up the game, don't they?
I tell you what, they really have a nice venue for live entertainment.
Yep, and they go out of their way to make sure that that venue has got top-notch entertainment.
Boy, you can see the driver and passenger bouncing around a little bit coming off of the exit pit of Buffalo Brothers turn number 4.
How fast do you think they're going?
And Brad, what do you think for top speed out there? 120 maybe?
Oh, yeah, maybe 120, 130 if they're lucky and riding with Dixon. Sometimes he'll go out and give it a squirt. You'll see a $140. When you get a ride in one of these boats from the museum, you get a certificate that tells you you touched X miles per hour. And I think mine says 140.
140.
Yeah, and that was in an open cockpit, 67 Budweiser. That air's coming over that deck pretty quick.
What is that like to go 140 miles an hour in a hydroplane?
It's just fabulous.
Yeah.
It's one of those things, I could explain it to you all night long what it's like, and then you'd get in the boat and go, that wasn't anything like it. You just can't explain it. It is very, very cool. And especially for a kid like myself who grew up in the Pacific Northwest watching boat races when I was 2 and not remembering any of it and just never missing them since. And to all of a sudden go out and climb aboard one, it's something special.
You know, I grew up driving boats, just regular boats, on Lake Roosevelt.
Yep.
And 35, 40 miles an hour in a regular boat is really fast.
It does seem fast, you're right.
It feels really fast. The fastest I've ever gone is about 70, and that was like grease lightning. I can't imagine doing 150, 160. I just can't imagine it.
Yeah, it was very different when I rode in the turbine-powered hydroplane, because then you're under glass and you lose that entire understanding or appreciation for the speed because you don't have the wind blowing in your face. And I noticed, I remember one of the thoughts was every time we got into the corner, all of a sudden the flow of air across the deck would kind of shift, and it would go across the motor and then around the windshield in my face. And man, it got hot, and it stunk, and I'm thinking, this is great. I'm getting the whole experience.
Yeah.
And we do have word from the officials. Everybody is clear.
Good.
No violations, no
that's
issues,
awesome.
no worries, no hurries. Everybody is good to go for some racing tomorrow.
Good deal. Good deal.
Oh, we've got racing coming up.
Well, sure. I'm talking about the H1s.
Yeah, Jeff Ayler with the GPs. We'll have the call here in just a few minutes.
And I think Jeff is gone.
No, he's here.
Oh, of course he is. He heard me say something about air conditioned on the start-finish line, and next thing I knew, he says, "Brad, I gotta go. I don't want to be late."
It's a box fan. That's all.
That's okay. Yeah, I'll take it.
And there's a lot of fans that are up on the shoreline watching the vintage boats. This is great exhibition, and what a great opportunity for those that took part in the school back at the Hydroplane and Raceboat Museum and had the opportunity to ride in these vessels today. And Brad, the website for the Hydroplane Raceboat Museum?
Thunderboats.org.
So check that out and find out more details, and it's a really neat spot. They have a number of great events there, dinners and other fundraising events that you can be a part of as well.
Yeah, they really do. And if you, like I said earlier, if you want to be a part of the museum, you want to help with some of this stuff, go down there. They will find something for you to do.
Hey, Mike and Brad.
Yeah.
The wind is starting to pick up a little bit. Is that going to affect the 2.5 stocks in the Grand Prix coming up?
It would, I think, if it picked up you know, substantially. I'm still looking at Old Glory up there atop the Blue Bridge, and I know my sight's not what it used to be, but it's not moving.
I'm just noticing for the first time where I am, I'm actually feeling a breeze.
Oh, you sure that's not the box fan?
I'm standing away from it. I made sure it wasn't the box fan.
You know, you're getting a great look at the Miss Wahoo, the 1957 Miss Wahoo, which was a boat that was owned by Bill Boeing back in the day. And one of the trivia questions around Unlimited Hydroplane Geeks, which I guess I have to put myself in that category, one of the questions is, where in the world did the name Wahoo come from? I knew the answer to the question, but on my way home from Madison, Indiana, my wife and I were on I-80 going through Nebraska, and there's an exit that comes up and it says Wahoo, next right. That is the hometown of Bill Boeing's wife. It was Wahoo, Nebraska. He also had a horse at the old Long Acres racetrack down in Renton. It was called Wahoo Wahoo. Don't know what that had to do with a whole lot of things, but if you have an opportunity to come into the pit area and go on a pit tour, we used to say when we would restore the boats, come on, it's a race boat. We're not trying to build a piano here. But if you come down to the pit area, make sure you get close to this Miss Wahoo. That is as close to a piano as you're going to get. It is absolutely gorgeous, the mahogany wood on that deck. So the Wahoo's coming back in. That boat was driven by Miroslav. Great book by David Williams on the life of Miroslav, who flew himself to freedom behind the Iron Curtain.
Yeah, David's big book now is about Boeing.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've got the Notre Dame now going to return to the race course with a driver on board. Kip Brown still handling the driving chores. Can't miss that bright, well, I was going to say yellow. I don't know what color helmet it is, but that'll be Kip Brown on the right. Whether it's the Notre Dame or not, you get a very good idea of what the boats that were owned by Shirley Mendelson McDonald used to look like back in the day, and oh, they were pretty. The blue and the white with that traditional green shamrock on the tail and the gold Notre Dame on the side of the boat. I think Kip is yielding right now. Now he's trying to kick it over. I thought maybe he was going to yield to the Bardall that is headed back to the dock.
As the vintage boats head back to the Neil F. Lamson pits, again, our special coverage brought to you by Legends Casino.
And you know, people wonder a lot. If you get on the front of the Notre Dame, there is the seal of the University of Notre Dame on the deck of the boat. And way back in the 30s, Herb Mendelson, there we go, it's up and running. Herb Mendelson was on the Board of Commerce for the University of Notre Dame, and he petitioned the board and said, hey, we'd like to do this. They said fine. The boat was called Notre Dame. Herb Mendelson claimed a gold cup in the 30s with the Notre Dame hydroplane, and then when he was gone, daughter Shirley Mendelson, later Shirley Mendelson McDonald, did the same thing. She petitioned the Board of Commerce to use the name Notre Dame on the hydroplane, and people always wonder, was that really the University of Notre Dame? Yes, it was, and the university had granted the rights and the permission to do that. And I mentioned the Wahoo looks a lot like a piano. It's right here below me, and it just never ceases to amaze how beautiful the deck is on that boat. It is something special.
Yeah, you know, the unlimited hydroplanes of today are pretty cool, kind of spaceship looking craft with a cockpit and all that, but the older boats are more craftsmanship involved, you know, more beautiful wood and different overlays. It's just a different type, like the old Chris Craft boats, just beautiful woodwork.
Absolutely, and if you've ever been to the event up in Chelan, the Mahogany and Merlot thing, they get a bunch of those old Chris Crafts up there, and then they run a bunch of vintage boats, and my goodness, those vintage Chris Craft, they are just, they're pieces of art.
Yes.
And you know, I have a very deep friendship with Steve Compton here in the Tri-Cities, and he and a couple of his buddies, Vashon Unlimiteds, own the 1955 Miss Thriftway, and it sits here in Kennewick. It's in his garage, and Steve Compton also was the patriarch, well, I shouldn't say that. He ended up being the owner of Compton Lumber in Seattle. And he loves to tell the story about how he got the mahogany for the decking on the Wahoo and also on his boat, the Miss Thriftway. And it's African mahogany, hand-picked. Steve went down and picked every piece by hand for those particular boats. And it's, like I say, it's worth getting into the pit area and standing close to the Wahoo. Really something cool.
We will take a timeout on News Radio 610 KONA. Our coverage brought to you by our Sun Pacific Energy Shell Sun Market stations, along with Golf Universe and Firehouse Subs. We'll be back with more coverage of the Columbia Cup and STCU Over the River Air Show next. grab-and-go treats. They're in Burbank, in Kennewick and I-82 in Clearwater, and 27th and Olympia, Kingsgate in Richland, and Keene Road in West Richland. Also thanks to Golf Universe, where golfers shop and save on Clearwater. Summer Sizzle continues. Stand-up bags, apparel, shoes. They've got great savings going on at Golf Universe. Plus, it's about their customized fitting, their on-site club repair, and a whole lot more. That's where you need to stop if you're the golfer, because they have everything in the world of golf at Golf Universe.
Can they find a game for me?
They do have lessons.
Yeah, but I need more than lessons. I need some real help.
And Firehouse Subs. Founded by firemen, a portion of all their proceeds go right back into the local community to help first responders.
Very good indeed.
And they're good.
They don't have like a pole at any of those locations to slide down to get your food, do you? It's probably high liability with insurance.
Seems alarming.
Oh, you're just Mr. Pun.
Top qualifier for the 2023 Columbia Cup, Corey Peabody, 162.191 miles per hour.
And the U1, Dylan Runne, 161.646. He's in the second slot. Dustin Eccles third of the U40. Flavor Pack at 161.284. And didn't we receive word that in the history of the Columbia Cup, of the top 8 qualifiers, never has there been less time in between 1 and 8.
Except for 2001.
Correct.
This is the second closest qualifying ladder of 8 boats in a field at Columbia Cup.
And wasn't it in 2001 everybody was going out of their way to try to stick it to the Budweiser however they could? Hey, let's make it tough on Bernie. Bernie wins too much.
Sounds like the Budweiser was a little flat.
Little bit.
Usually they would run away with it.
At least Kid Rock was still drinking it and not shooting it.
Coming up in moments, we will get to some racing action with the Grand Prix America. Jeff Ayler will come in for that call. We have the 2.5 stocks back out on the race course, and hopefully there'll be more than just one driver and maybe more than one announcer that has the timing right on the start.
I'm looking forward to everybody being on the same clock, the same watch, because what's so fun, especially in some of the lower classes, is the gamesmanship and how slow can you go to try to hit that start-finish line at top speed. It's just an organized fire drill, man. It's great.
So that's one of the things, Brad Luce, down in the pits that we haven't touched on, and that was the announcement by H1 Unlimited during the week that there would be a little bit of a change and maybe a little bit more subjectivity to the 80-mile-an-hour rule during the milling period.
Yeah, there's been a lot of discussion about that and a lot of discussion about it during the off season, and I happen to be on a committee, an H1 committee that was looking at start procedures and things we might be able to do and so forth. At the root of the whole issue is the fact that right now, with the technology that we have, we do not know if a boat drops below 80 miles an hour until such time as we get the boat back to the dock and take out the black box and read the data. And if you remember, a number of years ago, we used to define going too slow as the boat was off plane, or you couldn't be plowing water and this and that. And the goal of all of that was to eliminate the park and start. And I know, Michael, you remember that from back in the day. The boats would literally come out on the race course at the 5-minute mark, come across start finish line and go down here to the entrance pin of turn 1 and just shut the boats off. And the whole idea was to try and get themselves an advantage by being in lane number 1. So the idea was, well, we'll come up with this 80-mile-an-hour minimum rule, and you can't do that anymore.
And they actually have telemetry apparatus on the boat. They can track this fairly closely.
They can track it very closely. Just the telemetry is such that they can read the data and be very, very accurate. They just can't read it in real time. So you can't penalize somebody after the fact. That's the issue. So, and that's at the heart of the issue. So what's been happening is if it is determined that during a heat, you drop below 80 miles an hour, during the milling period before the start, you drop below 80 miles an hour for a predetermined amount of time, you get a disqualification.
And that's 5 seconds.
It's 5 seconds, and is that right? Yes, I think it's 5 seconds.
Yep.
Yeah, because it used to be 3 and they opened it up to 5. But bottom line is, you can't do it for a predetermined amount of time, and you can't make somebody run an extra lap because you don't know they did it until you get the boat back to the dock. So what they've been doing is disqualifying the boat. That is a steep price to pay. Now, there was a situation that I think played into this on some level in Madison, Indiana, where if you've watched the replay of the start, Dustin Eccles, as our 1958 Miss Bardall comes down to the lower end of the course, where Dustin Eccles, driving at the time the U40, the Bucket List Racing, came up between two boats. I believe it was Corey Peabody and J. Michael Kelly, but whatever it was, he came up between two boats. This was still 3 minutes before the start, and he started to squeeze his boat in there. And there was questions about who had the right-of-way into that lane, and the officials had to look at that. However, when Dustin Eccles realized, I can't get this thing in there, I have two opportunities here. I got two ways I can go. I can make sure I stay above 80 miles an hour and run over the top of both of these boats, damage mine and both of theirs, or I can drop below 80 miles an hour, drop behind them, go to the outside, and start in an outside lane, which he did. So then the question is, well, okay, it was a safety issue. That's why he went below 80 miles an hour. So without getting into this long diatribe and Brad talking till 5 o'clock, it was issues like that to where the board looked at it and said, can we give the referee some discretion as long as you drop below 80 miles an hour, but in the eyes of the referee, they do not believe you gained an advantage. And that advantage is getting way up to the top end of the race course, up at the west end, and just parking your boat on an inside lane. So if the officials believe that you did not gain an advantage, just something happened like did with Dustin Eccles and Madden,
sure,
they can waive it. They can waive it. So that's what the directive is in a nutshell.
And that will be in effect here and also next week, more importantly perhaps, at the Gold Cup in Seattle.
Yep, and it's a big deal. We have wrestled with this. If we could come up with the telemetry that would say, hey, you know, during the 5-minute milling period, you drop below 80 miles an hour, and you could radio to them and say, pick it up, or you could hand out the penalty at that point. And if you could understand it and know that you had the issue before the heat even got started, then you could give somebody directions to move to an outside lane. You could grant them a 1-minute penalty. The key being, you don't have to disqualify them after the fact and somebody gets 0 points.
Yeah, that's the key, is the points.
You've basically just said you're done for the weekend because you dropped below 80. So, sorry, Mike, I didn't mean to go on that long.
No, I think that's what and we'll probably talk about it again coming up tomorrow when we witness it in the heats coming up at 4 and 4:30 in the afternoon.
Yeah, I got a hunch they're gonna push this a little bit. The drivers are always going to. They're gonna see how far they can push the rule. And there's an interesting statement in that statement that says something to the effect, if you think you went below 80 miles an hour for more than 5 seconds, you might want to just take your boat and push it out to the outside.
Yeah.
And then the referee will go, yeah, you broke the 80 mile an hour rule, but you didn't get an advantage. You went all the way wide.
Interesting. Also, there was a release of a map of the infield area here, and a little bit of a change on moving from the back stretch to the front stretch inside the 1-minute mark.
Yeah, and honestly, Mike,
I don't think it comes into play.
I didn't get a new course map, and I asked Chief Referee Rick Sandstrom about it, and he goes, no, there's really no change. So I'm sorry, Mike, but right now I'm not sure I know what you're referring to or what change has
Tana actually had texted the photo to me, and I'll send it to you so you can take a look at it.
I would like to.
Yeah,
Thank
you bet. You bet.
that Tana, she's on top of her game.
We will stop for a timeout on 610 KONA. Special thanks to everybody that makes the broadcast happen, including Farmers Exchange, serving the Tri-Cities over 99 years in downtown Kennewick. They have Purina premium feed and grains. Big or small, they feed it all from chickens to dogs and horses with hay, alfalfa, and straw bales. And now, a subscription feed service available at farmers-exchange.store. Find out more online. Also, thanks to Apollo Heating and Air. You can answer just a few simple questions about your home, and Apollo will send you an estimate. It's easy. No appointments, no salesman. Just a click away from total home comfort at ApolloHeatingandAir.com. Also, thanks to Columbia Basin Paper and Supply, delivering quality janitorial products and reliable service to the Tri-Cities for over 76 years. They're at 515 West Columbia Street in Pasco. Also, Canyon Lakes Golf Course, why play the rest when you can play the best? Thanks for our onshore transportation with a couple of golf carts that we have here. Thornworks, if your house isn't happy, nobody is. Commercial construction, residential construction, most importantly, remodels, including kitchen and bathrooms. It's Thornworks Construction. And All City Transmission, treating you like family with honest work and quality, all at a quality price. Visit them at allcitytrans.com. And
The Atomic Cup at Pasco was exciting to say the least. Here Tommy Tucker Folt spins out the Gypsy, while Colonel Gardner roars on to a Heat 1 victory. In the second heat, the Eagles scored a narrow 1-second victory over the Atlas, nearly losing it when the engine quit twice. Once in the turn and right at the finish line. The Colonel hit every button in the boat and got a spurt of speed from the nitrous oxide to edge out the Atlas.
Your life. How about it, Colonel? What was it? A turn up here right by the pits, and you got her going again. Is this the same thing that happened as you were coming down the finish straightaway?
This is right. This is right. It quits. It depends upon. I tried to keep Atlas Van Line back by not running a very fast straightaway because he can run very fast. But I was trying to conserve what fuel I pumped in the carburetor.
And you care to make a prediction at this point?
No, it's going to be a real fast final. So. Right now, you'll see Bardol and Budweiser and the Eagle in there, and the other two boats I'm not too sure of right now, but it may be Notre Dame and Gypsy is out. Unfortunately, they couldn't get started. I wanted the Gypsy and Tommy Falls, who is a real fine rookie driver, and he had a little tough luck. He practically tore his boat up and ruined his engine trying to get away from another driver on the race course, and this in itself shows the kind of sportsmanship there is in this racing business. And it's a shame that he's out of this, but he'll be back in Seattle, and you can look forward to great things from Tommy and the Gypsy in Seattle.
What about
Well, a little bit tired, but real wonderful when you win a boat race from people like that. The greatest competition in the world right there. There's the Bardol, the Budweiser, the Notre Dame. I mean, they're just the greatest competition in the world, and how else can you feel when you beat all of those people? You've beat first-class equipment.
Dave, congratulations, and how do you feel at this point?
I'm just very happy. What more can you say?
Now, the next race is the Diamond Cup, right?
No, the next race is 2 weeks in Seattle.
Right, and then the Diamond Cup is...
Then a following week in Coeur d'Alene. We'll be home.
Good enough. You have anything else to say you might want to add about maybe the Bardol conking out in the last heat?
Well, no, I think it would have been a case of one of us having to lose an engine. There just wasn't any other way. We went into the race this way. My boss, Dave, here, and my crew chief, when we go in the water, if the boat's riding properly, we throw all the marbles in one basket and go for broke. And fortunately, the boss doesn't mind if we break up his equipment, so this is the way we go. He likes to win, we like to win, and we'll win one and lose one. And but when we get up to Coeur d'Alene, we hope to take the Diamond Cup. This is the big one we want.
Well, the water must have been pretty good because you set a new record today, a new Atomic Cup record.
I'm glad you said that. I wish I'd had somebody out in the boat with me to prove it.
As you can see, it's quite a happy crew of the Miss Eagle Electric. All the other camps coming over and congratulating them. The crew doesn't stop, though. They're still working, washing the boat off, putting the tarp back on, getting it ready for the next big one. The Miss Eagle Electric, winner of the 1968 Atomic Cup hydroplane race here at
Brad knows.
Please do.
It's
Please.
our American Radiator Pit Recorder.
I don't know if I'm supposed to talk into the microphone or my bottle of water, but
Keep them both together, and you'll be fine.
That's it. I can operate my stopwatch. So I don't know exactly what happened, but there seemed to be some disagreement over what we were counting down to, if I can end a sentence in a preposition.
Yep.
Was the countdown to 1 to the 5, was the countdown to the 5? I think that was the concern. But moving forward, I've talked to every radio person upstairs, and I've spoken with the H1 official upstairs. We are going to get a countdown from 10 seconds to the 5-minute mark. And I'm going to turn the mic off, and I'm going to be upstairs, and I'm going to get this thing, and then we have it. But that's what we're going to have. We're going to have a countdown, 10-second countdown to the 5-minute mark, and that's what we're going to do moving forward. So translation, guys, you guys here got it. Mike needs something, and there we go. So I'm going to step upstairs and step away from the mic.
Well, that makes it simplified.
Sure does.
4:20 is our scheduled start time for heat number 2 for the 2.5-liter stock.
And when everybody's, scoring up at the buoy and then just making the crawl and then just trying to hit that marker to go full throttle, to hit that start-finish line right as it goes to zeros and at full throttle. That's what makes it so fun, starting, especially in these smaller classes. It's just pandemonium.
And it was interesting to hear the remarks from Jeff Bernard after the race. He wasn't quite sure what everybody was looking at.
Right. And he's hoping everybody is as befuddled.
No.
Come on.
I think he would really rather have some deck-to-deck racing.
I think he'd rather have the points, frankly.
Well, points are good.
Okay.
I just wanted to mention all the boats are in the water, so we should be starting right at 4:20.
And there's Craig West.
Yes, we are. And I wanted to mention you can end a sentence in a proposition. That's proper, but not a preposition.
That's improper, is it?
Sounds like somebody who's put that to the test once or twice in real life, Mr. West.
Yeah, that's perfectly okay in selected opportunities.
So maybe you could tell us, because we can't see, do we have boats on cranes or boats in the water?
They're in the water, so we should be starting right on time.
And how many do you count?
Every one of them.
So eight in total.
Yeah, so we're going to have a race, and I would say within about 13 minutes.
Even the 44 with John Gibney, that's in?
Yeah, I think I see it. Just trying to look down.
Numbers are a little bit smaller. Well, they're smaller boats
a little
altogether.
bit smaller, absolutely, with a 2.5.
Yeah, if you can tell me, Craig, coloring on the Giboney 44, that'd be fantastic.
Yeah, you know what? I'll take a walk and I'm going to go down there, and we'll be back.
Some of the local sponsors, Jeff Bernard in the gray and black 1 is Silver Cloud and Strong Racing. Silver Cloud in. Yokes, the 225. Yeah, that's what I thought. Well, I'm getting a scratch on the Giboney 44. So it looks like maybe they will not be coming out. So it might just be 7 out there.
And that is what I count, 7.
Very good. The 225 is an orange and white boat sponsored locally by Yokes. That's Jetson Burnett. The bright red boat, Pasco Machine. It's red, the number 6 with Kyle Davenport. The 12 is the bright yellow boat, South Hill Collision with Gunnar O'Farrell. The turquoise boat will be Conrad Malmo. That's the 8. Jacob Malden will be in the 311. It's white and blue, and it's Malden Well Service. And then the other boat that was extremely fast and competitive in the first heat of action, although did not time the start correctly, was the black and orange 77 with Jason Aslakson. And joining me now at start finish is Jeff Ayler. Good to have you here, Jeff.
Oh, Michael, good afternoon. I've just had a ball today helping the KONA team, and got to pinch myself.
Well,
Can't believe it. This has been a lot of fun.
So let's clarify. You're not helping the team. You're a part of the team, Jeff.
Well, there you go.
Thank you for being here.
You're welcome. Thank you.
So 2.5 liter, and you saw the start. There was obviously confusion out there, and the drivers had some issue with the countdown, and so did I.
It's a shame because that just goes to show how critical it is to set your watch in the cockpit right there at the dock, because you want to be in sync in the cockpit with the clock here at the start-finish line, which is the countdown sequence. Name of the game in inboard hydroplane racing, be it these start-finish line buoys, just a touch to the left at full song, full throttle. If you jump the gun in 2.5 liter and in Grand Prix America, it's a 1-minute penalty on elapsed time.
The other thing that we notice is how slow the boats can go in the milling period up to start finish around the top end.
2.5 stock will be a little bit different. It's a fight for lane, just like normal racing, Michael, that you and I knew growing up and watching the Columbia Cup and various other inboard events across the country. Grand Prix America will be a different twist. They do run assigned lanes on a clock start format.
And I remember that, and I think we enjoy the milling period in the H1 Unlimiteds to see the fight for lanes, and we've seen races decided before, the race actually started.
Oh, it's so critical.
In that milling period. But I also remember under Hydroprop, and Brad and I were talking about this too, Gary Garbrecht and the group with Hydroprop had assigned lanes, and it was different. I don't think it was better. It was different.
It was different. One year at Madison, I was on the PA. It was either 02 or 03, and I'd like Gary Garbrecht. I miss him to this day, and quite the gentleman and businessman. But he was trying to bring parity back into the sport and doing it in a different way. At Madison, I always tried to push him to do just old traditional starts, in a couple of different heats. He actually did that, but there was some controversy with it one year at the Gold Cup, assigning lanes in the final heat, and the boat with the most points drew ping pong ball number 5, and that took him away from a Gold Cup victory.
Wow, that's incredible.
Yep.
Yeah, that's why it is so important. And we've seen people make mistakes during the milling period. Jimmy Shane washing down Jamie Nielsen.
It happens, and the sense
Actually,
of
I think it was Tom Thompson in that boat.
Yes, Tom Thompson, you're correct. And it just goes to show the hydroplane drivers, their sense of direction has to be so incredible. It takes a very talented individual, male or female, to drive inboard or unlimited hydroplanes. And, Michael, all the safety aspects of the sport is so incredible, but still there's that ultimate danger. It is dangerous. You have to be on top of your game, not only for yourself, but to respect the other racers as well.
And the officials that are also out there along the course. I mean, there's a lot of people there. And along the shoreline, too, we've seen incidents that have, made it up onto shore.
And unfortunately, that has happened. Let's hope that doesn't happen here this weekend. As we're approaching the 7-minute mark for the 2.5 stocks. And, Michael, interesting class, a 16-foot boat racing trim with the pilot inside, 750 pounds. A looking at a 2.3-liter Ford engine, 4-cylinder. It's a stock class, and this is where you start getting serious in inboard hydroplane racing. Chute speeds, they're capable of up to 115 miles per hour. I think here in Tri-Cities at the end of each chute on this 1 2/3 track, not without question, a $1.05 is not in doubt. And we got a good field in here. Bernard is the favorite on paper, but if Bernard is not in lane number 1, other drivers could capitalize to the inside.
And again, that's why that milling period becomes so important in the fight for lanes.
And the timing marks and, of course, your communication with your spotter on the shoreline.
And having the correct time.
Yes, exactly. The correct time.
I mean, it's all for naught if you don't have the correct countdown.
And it's a 1 2/3 course here. Very unusual for inboard, especially in 2.5 stock. Not too unusual for Grand Prix America, because San Diego last year had a 1 2/3 course that Jeff Bernard won at in the Bad Influence, which is sponsored this year by Reliable Diamond Tool. We'll see them after this heat. We are now 5 minutes and 45 seconds away until our second heat of 2.5 stock here at the Columbia Cup.
And they're eligible to. This is the other question that I had. Is there a penalty for leaving the dock before the 5-minute mark?
You're supposed to leave right at the 5-minute mark in inboard.
Supposed to doesn't mean it's necessarily a penalty.
Correct.
And apparently we have a hold on the course, so it looks like we will have a hold on the countdown for a few moments. Looks like maybe they're repositioning a rescue boat across the way over by the Griggs backstretch. So a hold on the course, at least for now, and a hold on the countdown. They've gone back up to a 10-minute countdown before the start of our 2.5-liter stock. Now, you mentioned 2.3-liter engines, and I know that many of them come right out of the old Pinto.
Oh, exactly, especially in 1.5 stock, the old Pinto engine, so synonymous in that class. And
so some problems down at the dock, maybe getting the boats in and out.
Yeah. Thank you to Tana Morissette for that. Now they've kind of sped our clock up, Michael, as we're now 6 minutes. Now we're back on a hold.
Okay, so the clock has stopped, at least for now. So there's busy traffic down at the dock area as the vintages come in and try to get up on the crane and up on the shore. And you've got the other 2.5 liters that are alongside the dock and ready to go out.
Boy, this Columbia Cup, H1 Unlimited, those qualifying speeds, it was very fascinating. I was down on the dock with Craig and Brad, and you could see the tension. You could feel the tension at the pit dock, because Corey Peabody right now is in the driver's seat with those 100 points, top qualifier in the Columbia Cup with the Beacon Plumbing. But, boy, Michael, the competition behind Corey is flat out phenomenal. And who would have thought the rookie, I knew he could do it, but I didn't realize he would come out here and do a 155-mile-per-hour lap in the Graham Trucking, a boat that has been setting idle for 2 consecutive seasons.
Yeah, and I think the other disappointing part of that, true, Jeff, is the 440 Bucket List Racing and Brent Hall unable to really get the boat to perform. Couldn't get up above 130 miles per hour. Went out for qualifying. The boat had to be towed in with the Thornwork tow rope all the way from the top end of the course down to the Lamson pits.
And speaking of the Boitano homes, I spoke to crew chief Mike Limler briefly before I made my way up to the start line, and they're done for the weekend. It's another gearbox issue, but they will go back to the boat shop in Snohomish and rebuild that gearbox and fight to try to get the Boitano homes in next weekend's APBA Gold Cup in Seattle.
Yeah, and you can remember that craft from, 3 or 4 years ago. It did not fail to finish a single heat that it started in.
Isn't it amazing with boat racing?
It's incredible.
It was so consistent, and it kind of reminded me going back to 1981 when Milner Irvin drove the Miss Madison. They were like 26 for 26 that year, finishing heats, and but different years, different times, and unfortunately, Michael, when the bugs strike, sometimes they're hard to get rid of.
The gremlin.
Yes.
Tech updates on News Radio 610 KONA, brought to you by our friends at All City Transmission, allcitytrans.com. Take a time out. We'll come back and bring you the action with the 2.5-liter boats, the hydroplanes back on the Columbia River course, next on 610 KONA and 610KONA.com.
We get a good look at the 1958 Miss Bardall going down the front straightaway, and both Bardalls are here this weekend. This is the 58 Bardall, but
I like the 62. That one's fun.
You're reading my mind, because the sweet spot in my heart is for that 62 Green Dragon Bardall, and what a race boat it was.
And the Notre Dame, which was also Miss Madison in the movie. What a fun story behind that boat.
And that boat started out 1961 as the U-33 Miss Lumberville, and later on in life, Michael, that boat was U-10 Save Heirs Mist, campaigned by Mike Wolfbauer out of Detroit.
Was it Dewey's Lumber Mill? Did I hear that right?
I think this one was just Miss Lumberville, but at one time, and Brad Luce, if you're with us in the pitch, there was a Dewey's Lumberville as well, but I don't think it was this actual hull.
Interesting story. It's you take a look at the sponsors, past and present, and there's a unique group of people that believe in the sport that want to keep it running.
Oh, and David Williams and his team with the Hydroplane and Raceboat Museum in Seattle, they do a phenomenal job. They've got great backing, great volunteers, and I love Brad Haskin on Facebook. Brad does a great job posting photos and presenting his knowledge of the sport. And right now, the next project is restoring the 1979 U-31 Miss Circus that Steve Reynolds drove, and that will be absolutely picture perfect when that one's completed.
White boat with the pink lettering and highlights. It is. That'll be a fantastic project. So we have the 7 Notre Dame, the 40 Bardall, that's 62, and the 58, and then the 77 Wahoo as part of our vintage fleet here. And they will be back out, scheduled to be back out at 5:05 for a semi-competitive dash to wrap up the day's events here at the Columbia Cup and STCU over the River Air Show. Also, thanks to our friends at White's Finished Furniture in downtown Kennewick. Furniture built with beauty and value. White's Finished Furniture in downtown Kennewick. Visit whitesfurniture.com. And I think that's the kind of the point of the vintage boats that we were talking about earlier. The woodworking on it is just amazing. The way they assemble the boats and how beautiful they come together.
Oh, the craftsmanship is just unbelievable with these vintage boats, especially the conventional spoon bow boats, and amazing craftsmanship. And it is so great keeping the history of the sport alive in the unlimited division. And Michael, there's a tremendous vintage event coming up Labor Day weekend in Wheeling, West Virginia on the Ohio River. The Joseph family and their staff have done a phenomenal job with that event over the years. Actually, Brad Luce was on the PA one year at Wheeling. I've not made the trip to Wheeling yet in my career. I might just show up in Wheeling this year just to watch.
Just to see all the boats. So we know about the thunderboats.org and our museum on the west side in Auburn, right? Do they have another similar type of restoration group on the East Coast?
Not necessarily. It's just more individual work with inboard hydroplanes, and sure, there's not necessarily another facility
like that,
like here in Seattle. But it's amazing, about 20 years now, the category has grown and grown, the vintage category, and it's very interesting to see the pieces that's been restored. But you can also, too, take a set of plans of an inboard boat or an unlimited boat from back in the day according to the rule book and make a replica boat.
Sure.
Bill Black had the Gale 5, and he ran it for many years. He had no woodworking experience whatsoever.
And he put it together.
Him and his wife put it together.
Oh, my goodness.
And now it's painted up as the U-12 Maverick.
That's awesome.
Great stuff.
It is. And what a great story. We will take a time out because we will be back on the clock for a countdown for the 2.5 liters coming up next in their second heat of the day, followed by the Grand Prix America first heat of the 2022 Columbia Cup. More of our coverage coming up on 610 KONA and 610KONA.com. In the gray and black 1. Kyle Davenport in the bright red 6 had been in the 3rd position. Again, this is just the milling period, but he fell off power. He is back up on plane and scooting right now. The orange and white 225 is Jensen Burnett on the outside as they head into turn number 1. On the inside is the black and orange 77 with Jason Aslaskin. As we get ready to go racing, we're inside 3 minutes to the start of heat number 2.
Also, too, Michael, Jacob Malden right now in turn number 1 in the 331 boat, dominant orange boat with the purple trim. And we'll see Jacob's dad, Jimmy Malden, driving this weekend in Grand Prix America in the Premonition Hammock Construction.
it's awesome to see how many families are involved in the sport. And then you have Jimmy and Bobby King, the big story in the H1 Unlimited.
Oh, it is so incredible. Families make up APBA inboard racing, H1 Unlimited hydroplane racing, and the tradition continues right here at the 23 Columbia Cup with the races and the families keeping activity on the water.
So the 12 with Gunnar O'Farrell is the only boat coming down the front stretch right now, and the clock just at 2 minutes.
Now this is the park and start sequence, Michael, we talk about in APBA inboard right now. Michael mentioned Gunnar O'Farrell. He's just coming off turn number 1 in the monkey business. Now we have one here. I believe this looks like Kyle Davenport.
Yep.
Davenport appeared to be off his timing runs, but Michael, you look back right into the turn right now. There's Jeff Bernard in the S1, one of the best in the business to park and start him. And if he gets lane 1, he's going to be tough to handle.
Yeah, the question though is what will Davenport do? I mean, he seems way out of position now with the clock at 1:24.
I think Davenport right now needs to pick it back up, but let's hope his watch is in sync inside the capsule, and also too he'll get help from the spotter as well.
Yeah, so the boats are lined up at the top end, turn number 2, and the clock now just approaching 1 minute with Bernard on the inside in the 1.
And that's Jacob Oslaksen on his outside in the 77. Following, there's Jacob Malden, Conrad Malmo in the Crazy 8s back as well. And also too, now O'Farrell is slowing, Michael, on the back chute at 45 seconds. Now he picks it back up.
Davenport is going to try to pull up to the field. He's bound that backstretch as well, the Griggs Ace Hardware backstretch. Malden starts to get more speed and head back to catch up the field. And again, they're all just trolling out there. Columbia River fishing at its best.
So we got Bernard in 1, Oslaksen in 2. Now Gunnar O'Farrell slide into 3. Michael McDonald bring him to the start-finish line, 2.5 stock.
Yeah, on the inside it's going to be Bernard. Leading the way though in lane number 4, it's going to be Davenport to the start. Davenport, that is, to start. Check that, it's not Davenport, that's the orange and white boat. That's Burnett in the 225. And he was early, so he came across a little bit early in the orange and white boat. It's Davenport with boat speed out in lane number 4. Malden trying to hold him off, or Farrell, that is, trying to hold him off.
And Michael, we saw Burnett. He has lost the race course. He appeared to be a gun jumper. But we look into turn number 1 right now. The 225 was a gun jumper. But Michael, Gunnar O'Farrell's in front, and there's Bernard on his inside hip.
Yeah, and that's going to be the problem with Bernard on the inside in this park and start. He is going to be very difficult to beat, although that bright yellow boat with O'Farrell, South Hill Collision 12, is trying to keep up with him and starting to fall back on the backstretch just a little bit. The hard charger, though, is the 77, has Laskin out there in the black and orange entry.
Bernard looking good, working into turn number 2, the first of 3 times around here in 2.5 stock, heat number 2. Bernard and JWW Construction, but Michael, he's got company on his outside, but boy, you're right. Oslaksen got a charge on the inside back in 3rd.
And unfortunately for the 8, the turquoise boat, Conrad Malmo, very low power coming down the front stretch. Bernard's going to have the lead. 2nd place will be the 12 with O'Farrell. 3rd place, the 77 with Aslaskin. But look at Davenport trying to reel Aslaskin in.
I like the looks of Davenport, Michael. First time I've seen him race in person. Bernard, your leader, but Gunnar O'Farrell is flying on the outside in the monkey business. This one is not over, and here is Oslaksen on the inside. 1, 2, 3 off the turn.
Yeah, take a look at that battle for 2nd right now. Aslaskin on the inside. On the outside, the bright yellow boat with Gunnar O'Farrell. O'Farrell on the backstretch starting to pull ahead just a little bit, but Aslaskin was right there, deck to deck.
We're halfway through it. Jeff Bernard, your leader. Gunnar O'Farrell in 2nd. Jacob Oslaksen in 3rd. Kyle Davenport in 4th. And Michael, I like watching young drivers. Davenport, though, running at 4th. I like his savviness. He shows some promise in the future.
Watch on the inside, the 77, the black and orange boat with Jason Aslaskin. He's got the shorter course around and may claim 2nd place away from Gunnar O'Farrell. Again, they're deck to deck, but then when they get to the front, to the straightaway, you can start to see O'Farrell pull away. He just cannot catch up with it. Ozloskin is going to fall back into third place. He'll have one more time around to try to catch him. 2 turns left to go for the checkered flag in heat number 2.
Final time around for the top 4. Bernard gets there first, entering the turn. Gunnar O'Farrell is trying, but he's running on the outside wake of your leader, Jeff Bernard. Bernard in front, time running out for Gunnar O'Farrell, but Michael, I think we'll have a battle for second because Ozloskin's working good on the buoys, but now O'Farrell found something. Now he gains some momentum on Ozloskin in third.
Yeah, I think maybe the water was a little bit smoother on the outside that time for O'Farrell, and he was able to keep his foot in it all the way through turn number 1 at the bottom end of the course. The race leader is Bernard as they head to the top end of the course. One more turn to go for the checkered flag for Jeff Bernard.
Bernard in front. O'Farrell tried. Time running out. Final turn, final lap. Michael, bring him to the checkered flag. It looks like it's Bernard's race.
Jeff Bernard with a 2 rooster tail lead over the second place boat. That's the bright yellow 12 with Gunnar O'Farrell in second place. Checkered flag goes to Jeff Bernard. Second place O'Farrell, and third to Ozloskin. It's a mouthful. Davenport comes in fourth. On the backstretch is the orange and white boat, the 225 that jumped the gun. That's Jetson Burnett.
And I hate that for Justin. You saw he jumped the gun and then lost the race course. He cut in turn number 1 where it wasn't turn number 1.
Yeah,
and
he went into the DMZ.
Chaz Dodge, our chief referee with APBA and board, will have a discussion with Mr. Burnett after today's activities.
You know, at those speeds, it's got to be easy to lose track of exactly where you are and which buoy is yours.
It's a camouflage effect. These buoys blend right into the Columbia River background.
Our DMZ brought to you by ESCO Electric on 610 KONA, your local electrical specialist serving the region since 1972. They do it right the first time. Master electrician. 509-547-5504 with the Generac backup generators available for your whole home. Should the power go out, you will not be left in the dark with ESCO Electric. So heading back to the pits, and I know that Craig West and also Brad Luce, our American Radiator pit reporters, are down there. Fantastic run for Jeff Bernard yet again. Timing the start, you say timing the start, well, it's the park and start. It's a little bit different. Claiming lane 1 at the right time and holding on to it.
And he done it picture perfect, hydro driving 101. Beautiful score up by Jeff Bernard, and better yet, in the racing activity, ran real well out in front. Gunnar O'Farrell in second, and Michael next weekend, he'll make his H1 Unlimited debut in the Beast Unleashed Miss Thriftway, and that will be a mouthful for my friend Brad Luce on the PA next weekend at Seattle with his color commentator, John Walters.
Jason Ozloskin, that's the mouthful right there in the 77, but some great driving out there in third place. Did challenge O'Farrell quite a bit. Go ahead, Brad.
Well, I can grab a word here if you give me about 30 seconds. I'm going to get out. We're going to get some water and the helmet off of Jeff Bernard. Christabel here with the obligatory bottle of water. It is hot. They were in those boats for a long, long time. Let him get cooled off here. Hang with me, guys, for just a moment. Teams are coming back to the dock. We've got Grand Prix lined up here. Vintage boats are going back into the water as well. So it's a busy place here in the docks right now. I'm only going to get about 2 words here with Jeff because obviously he's got work to do. He's got to jump aboard that 79 in the Grand Prix class, so I may not get much more than just a word. Jeff getting strapped back in real quick because I know you got to get out of here, young man, but we got the start sequence figured out and made it a little bit more difficult. You had boats on both sides of you.
Yeah, they were all running pretty good. We got a little nervous after the first heat that the prop might be too big, and I'm too small now, so just trying to get out front, cruise, keep the RPMs down in a safe spot so we don't hurt the motor, but running really good. Can't thank Justin Weymouth, Stephanie Weymouth, and my whole team. 2 down, 4 more to go.
Gunnar looked good. He made you earn it.
Yeah, I heard Jason was up in there too a little bit, so.
He was up. He was coming on your inside, so you had him on both sides and both mirrors.
Yeah, we still had a little bit more, just trying to get out front, run easy. Don't want to hurt the motor. We only brought one with us this weekend, so. Go get in the GP, try to do the same thing.
Get out of your hair. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff Bernard. Going to step forward about 10 feet. Make it 20.
That'd be a boat length.
And he's going to step aboard GP 29. Excuse me, 79. And boy, oh boy, Jeff Ayler, I know you're listening and watching this boat run back in Valleyfield. The final heat that Jeff Bernard put on with Andrew Tate in that GP 88, the Hydrofish. That was unbelievable boat racing. If you have not seen that YouTube video, dial it up. It's worth the watch. It's about 3 minutes and 50 seconds long, and you will not be disappointed.
And Brad, you're exactly right. It was a wonderful final heat at Valleyfield, Quebec. And speaking of the Hydroplane Racing League, Emily Dayu is here this weekend in Tri-Cities with HRL. But back to that Grand Prix final, it was Bernard on the outside, Tate to the inside, a last dash to the finish, and then the 79 went dead in the water after that strut problem. And my friend from Cambridge, Maryland, John Tomey, had the call on the GP final, and he was excited. Valleyfield was excited. Everyone was excited. It was fun to watch.
Yeah, I honestly thought when I saw the draw with, and you get Andrew Tate in that 88, you put him on the inside, and I thought, now Bernard has to have a chance in lane 2, he has got to beat Tate down to turn 1. Well, he did by about half a boat length, and then he came out really, really strong. Andrew seemed to lose the boat a little bit at the top end of the race course on lap 1, and I thought maybe Jeff was going to walk away with it, but boy, those two drivers, I don't know that I've ever seen either of them drive any harder in that particular heat, and it was a great one right to the finish.
Brought back tons of memories. It was a driver's race, and Tate and Bernard put on a great show, and kind of like what Benz and Henley did at Sandpoint in Seattle in '74 at the Gold Cup. That was a driver's race as well until Howie's foot came off the accelerator.
Were you back in '74? I was just having a word with our security guard. Were you talking '74 and Howie's foot came off in a Budweiser?
You betcha.
There we go. I think we all remember that one. That was a long, long day that day. Oh, that was fun.
I think the final heat went off that evening in Seattle, about 7:45 in the evening. It was a long day at Sandpoint on Lake Washington.
That heat was actually run after 8 o'clock.
8 o'clock.
And they let them?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Somebody made the comment, because obviously it's 11 on the East Coast, and they said, wow, for the first time H1 Unlimited is competing with Johnny Carson.
And Mike Fitzsimmons, our friend, come up with that line, and it was on a Sunday night. Johnny was vacant on a Sunday, but the live local news coverage might have got put to the side with fans listening to the Unlimited Radio Network with Jim Hendrick.
I'm going to step away from the microphone because I'm up to get a watch set.
Had a couple of people ask about the smoke in the sky. There's a vegetation fire being reported off the Pasco-Colotis Highway. That would be in Franklin County. Not sure if it's a controlled burn, because we did have another ag burn in North Franklin County. Conditions are decent enough. The temperature is not too bad. The winds are not too bad for an ag burn, depending on circumstances, if they get the required permit. So that might be an ag burn. It might be a controlled burn. Not quite sure just yet.
Well, Michael, thank you for that information on KONA 610 AM. And my fourth time to the Tri-Cities. Last year was the first visit in 30 years, and I'm back in consecutive years. And I'm just marveled by the growth of the Tri-Cities. Things are booming here in southeast Washington State.
It's amazing. The city of Pasco, the continued growth in Franklin County leading the state. It's just a wonderful place to be. And, even despite what happened during the COVID pandemic, you see businesses opening up in areas, and a lot more of commercial activity, not necessarily manufacturing, but warehousing. Also food production. It's just really key. It's such a big agricultural community that really helps the throttle stay at a nice, even, steady pace.
And it's so neat. It's a treat for me, being from the Midwest, seeing all the irrigation systems and learning from Brad and his wife here in southeast Washington State. This Columbia River big asset comes from the snow melt. We're not used to that back in the Midwest, but different part of the country, that's what makes it work.
Yeah, it is pretty amazing to have the system of irrigation that we enjoy here to make the quality of products that we help to feed the world with.
We're in a clock countdown sequence for heat number 1 this weekend of Grand Prix America. Michael, the second largest hydroplane class on the planet, 24-foot length boats, 12-foot width, racing trim with the pilot inside, 2,700 pounds. All boats appearing here will be powered by a 468 cubic inch supercharged engine. These crafts are well capable of doing 170 miles per hour on this 1 2/3 course here in Tri-Cities. 155 is not without question. It's going to be competitive. It's assigned lanes. It's a clock start. At the start, Michael, when you cross the start-finish line, each boat has to hold their lane in turn number 1. When you exit turn number 1, the overlap rule in Grand Prix America is a full rooster tail. Chaz Dodge, our chief referee, mentioned this morning at the drivers' meeting, it is a water sport. If you get a little splash, I'll let that go. If it's a little heavier, I don't want to talk to you after today's activity.
That kind of makes it clear to the drivers on how to behave out on the race course. Don't wash anybody down. You know, it's interesting. You look at the lane assignments. Jeff Bernard will be in lane number 1 with the GP79. Happy-go-lucky Greg Hopp in lane number 2. Lane number 3, the Trust Company, Miss Runne with Dustin Eccles. And then on the outside in the 12 will be Shell Hayes Racing, Ice Harbor, Austin Eckert.
An interesting story on the GP12. The name this weekend is Ice Harbor Brewery presents Rapid Rabbit. I spoke to Bob Shellhays, the owner, on the phone yesterday, and I said, what is Rapid Rabbit? When his family came to America from Europe in 1851, only 10 letter characters were allowed for the last name. So the first part of it, Shell, fast, and then kind of a hair at the end, Rabbit. Rapid Rabbit is for his family coming to America in 1851 at Ellis Island.
Amazing story.
Neat stuff talking to Bob about that yesterday. And that is your defending champion boat here, Michael, in Grand Prix America, the dominant yellow with the verticals. Ice Harbor Brewery presents Rapid Rabbit, the driver Austin Eckert out of Burien, Washington. The one right in front of us is our 2-time defending Grand Prix America National High Point champion. It's the dominant orange checkered flag effect, the reliable diamond tool. Bad influence, Jeff Bernard drives out of Kent, Washington. This is a boat that's been welcomed back to Grand Prix America, the multicolored GP17. The Trust Company presents Miss Runne, campaigned by Richards Racing. Dustin Eccles pilots out of Monroe, Washington. And Brad Luce, you're in turn number 1. Eckert's coming out. You like this young man out of Burien, but in this one, he'll be out in lane number 4. Tough, tall task for the youngster out of Northwest Washington State.
So with lanes...
Guys, we got a lot of confusion again here on the start. I don't know if you've got a clock.
2 minutes and 8 seconds.
There was no countdown given to these race teams. That's why you only got 2 boats out on the water and the other 2 were staying at the dock waiting for a countdown. Nothing was delivered. So it's very confusing. I've got 2 minutes now. I think I'm behind. But anyway, run it off what you got. But you're exactly right. Awesome Austin's going to have to do this on the outside. He better wind that thing up to have a chance of running down Jeff Bernard.
Yeah, we've got $1:44 now on the clock, and the 4 boats are out there on the backstretch heading into turn number 2.
It's going to get loud. It's going to get wicked. And, Michael, let's just hope the drivers have their watches set in sequence inside the capsule.
So the 4 boats know the lanes that they're in. The only question now is, can you hit the start-finish line at full speed?
That is the main thing right now. You want to be behind the start-finish line buoy at full song, full throttle. When the clock strikes 0, if you jump, That is a 1-minute penalty on elapsed time. And Michael, we've got to mention the old reliable craft, the GP15 Stettner Construction Group. Greg Hopp drives out of Lake Stevens, Washington. The owner, Jerry Hopp. They get assistance here locally from Overturf VW, ADS Window Tint, and Safeway in Kennewick. So we're down to 45 seconds. Jeff Bernard will be in lane number 1. Greg Hopp in lane number 2. Dustin Eccles in lane number 3. Austin Eckert in lane number 4. Jimmy Malden a scratch in this heat. Expected to see activity tomorrow in heat number 2 in GPA. Brad Luce, we're 25 seconds until the start. Michael, I think the drivers have got their communication set inside the cockpit. Now the roar, the thunder picks up here on the Columbia River. Grand Prix America, heat number 1 at the Columbia Cup in Tri-Cities, Washington. We are 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, it appears to be a clean start. We're racing, and Brad Eckert had a smoker on the outside in front.
Yeah, he's going to bring a lot of boat speed down here, but he's way on the outside. Hopper actually gets down here first, and he's in lane number 2. He almost lost the boat. It got real rough down there. Eckert is pushing him hard on the outside.
It was a legal start. Your leader in lane number 2 is Greg Hopp in the Stettner Construction Group. Hopp has the hammer down on the Griggs hardware. Back straightaway, and no, he walks it into turn number 2. Hopp in front. Eckert is there in second. I believe Eccles is in the mix as well. Bernard trailing back on the inside. We will come down to complete lap number 1. Eccles is dead in the water off turn number 1. We got a Donnybrook to begin Grand Prix America, and Brad Hopp is in front, but here comes Eckert again on the outside.
Boats in both mirrors, and Hopp sets the boat up this time. He gets a little bit better boat ride, but it's really loose on him. He's got Eckert on the outside, Bernard on the inside. He gets to the exit pit. It's getting rough in there for Bernard. He's giving ground.
We're coming to the halfway mark. Grand Prix America, heat number 1. Greg Hopp in the old reliable, the original Alamo, campaigned by Ned Allen, driven by Bo Scheid, showing the short way around here in Grand Prix America, heat number 1, and Hopp's lead is widening. Austin Eckert remains in second. In the Ice Harbor Brewery presents Rapid Rabbit. Bernard in third, your defending champion. In reliable Diamond Tool, Bad Influence. Brad, one more time around. Hopp comfortably in front.
Hopp is out front, and he is out comfortable. The boat running beautifully. It's so quick in the straightaways, but he fights it in the corner, but he's able to fight through the rough water. Oh, and Eckert got really loose down here. Had to slide out way wide. That's going to open up a bigger lead yet for Hopp.
Final time around. Now Greg Hopp comfortably in front, making a rooster tail and a half. He appeared to slow momentarily, but hit the throttle once again in that 468 supercharged engine. Hopp sees turn number 2. Final turn, final lap in Grand Prix America, heat number 1 at the Columbia Cup. Greg Hopp in Stettner Construction Group sees the checkered flag. Here's your winner, GPA heat number 1, Greg Hopp in GP15. Second place will go to Austin Eckert in the GP12. Ice Harbor Brewery presents Rapid Rabbit. And the story here in GPA 1A, your 2-time defending national champion in Grand Prix America, Jeff Bernard, will settle in third in the reliable Diamond Tool, Bad Influence. And Brad Luce with that. Bernard came in here the point leader. Hopp has had a good season. We'll look at the points and calculate it tomorrow, but that could be a big win for Hopp with Bernard in third.
Yeah, Greg had a great start, and right when he got to the entrance pin of the corner down here, the boat really got away from him, and I thought he was going to perhaps drift way out and lose his position, but he was able to quickly settle it back down. And that boat, we've known it, Jeff, for a long time. It's old, it's narrow, but man, when he gets it wound up, it will go.
And how does he wind that thing up with a certain four-legged friend of ours that can hear it? Explain that to us, please.
Oh, yes, that's exactly right. You almost had me there. Almost had me there. Yeah, talking to Greg Hop one time, I said, you're going to start on the outside in this final. What are you going to do? And he said, I'm going to put the big wheel on the back of this thing, and I'm going to wind that motor up so high only dogs can hear it.
Wow.
Was one of the great lines. He also told me one time, I'm going to wind that thing up so high I'm going to set off every car alarm in Columbia Park. He just got back to the dock here, and oh my goodness, that was a rough ride for him, but he was a-flying. Woo!
Yeah, the other question would be, what happened to the Trust Company 17 with Dustin Eccles? Dead in the water there after that, into that first turn,
and
first time around.
Tough break. Dustin was right there at the start as well, and let's hope it's not a serious problem for the 17 campaign by Brian Richards.
I saw him out on the deck, and he was looking towards the back. I have no idea what happened.
Hey,
but
guys, let me jump in here.
You got it.
If I can jump in here. Oh, he's got to get the smooch first. That's more important than talking to me. You do know that part.
Oh, yeah, for certain.
So, man, you got the jump. This thing really responded.
Oh, boy, we've been working on it all year. She just keeps getting better every heat. We've had actually sort of local sponsorship from Stetner Construction. They supported us all year. We got the OverTurf on board. We got ADS window too. This is like a traveling billboard here, baby. So
get them in, baby.
Safeway kicked in. We have Motel 6. Everybody, Motel 8. Sorry, got the wrong one.
Let me guess where you're staying.
Oh yeah, we have to Motel 8.
So you had your mirrors full of competition. Now, was there some confusion on your end with the countdown on the start?
Yeah, I don't know what happened at the start. Fortunately, I was like, do we go? Do we not? And my dad's like, set your clock for 3 minutes, and then the 3-minute mark passed, and so he just started counting down off the clock up there, and I was like, well, I'll get myself in position.
It worked.
Trying to make this thing happen, and we made her happen, Captain.
You made it happen, Captain. And you got a player for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, she's running good. This is our motor. We named it Bill after Bill and Happy Rands. That's our good motor in the boat's Bill, and our backup is Happy, and she ain't bad either.
Well, congratulations. Have a good rest of the weekend. We'll be talking again, but a good show for the fans. They loved it.
All right, thank you.
There you go. Greg Hop right there. Now I'm going to get a little hug and a smooch here, too, from her. That was fun. All right, guys.
Thank you, Brad Luce. Grand Prix America will be back tomorrow morning at 10:30 a.m. Pacific time with their heat number 2, and then they'll have their heat number 3 tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock Pacific time. Michael McDonald, thank you very much. I enjoyed being with you up here at the start line, and if you don't mind, I enjoyed those 2.5 stock heats. I think I'll come back up as well with you.
Well, they kind of put them together with the GPs. It's kind of convenient on the schedule that way.
Yep.
A.J. Brewster is in Tire Factory turn number 2.
Yeah, that was loud.
That's the one thing you'll notice about the GP boats. And special thanks coverage on 610 KOA brought to you by Coleman Oil.